Preface and Question 1 of Man's Last End, in 8 articles, of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the Last End and on Human Acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the Last End and on Human Acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Preface and Question 1 of Man's Last End, in 8 articles. Since, as Damascene states, on the Orthodox Faith 2:12, man is said to be made in God's image, insofar as the image implies an intelligent being endowed with free will and self-movement. Now that we have treated of the exemplar, i.e. God, and of those things that came forth from the power of God in accordance with his will, it remains for us to treat of his image, i.e. man, inasmuch as he too is the principle of his actions, as having free will and control of his actions. Of man's last end, in 8 articles. In this matter we shall consider first the last end of human life, and secondly, those things by means of which man may advance towards this end, or stray from the path. For the end is the rule of whatever is ordained to the end. And since the last end of human life is stated to be happiness, we must consider 1. The last end in general, 2. Happiness. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Whether it belongs to man to act for an end. 2. Whether this is proper to the rational nature. 3. Whether a man's actions are specified by their end. 4. Whether there is any last end of human life. 5. Whether one man can have several last ends. 6. Whether man ordains all to the last end. 7. Whether all men have the same last end. 8. Whether all other creatures concur with man in that last end. First article. 1, 2, Question 1, Article 1. Whether it belongs to man to act for an end. Objection 1. It would seem that it does not belong to man to act for an end. For a cause is naturally first. But an end, in its very name, implies something that is last. Therefore an end is not a cause. But that for which a man acts is the cause of his action, since this preposition for indicates a relation of causality. Therefore it does not belong to man to act for an end. Objection 2. Further, that which is itself the last end is not for an end. But in some cases the last end is an action, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. 1:1). Therefore man does not do everything for an end. Objection 3. Further, then does a man seem to act for an end, when he acts deliberately. But man does many things without deliberation, sometimes not even thinking of what he is doing. For instance, when one moves one's foot or hand, or scratches one's beard, while intent on something else. Therefore man does not do everything for an end. On the contrary, all things contained in a genus are derived from the principle of that genus. Now the end is the principle in human operations, as the Philosopher states (Phys. ii, 9). Therefore it belongs to man to do everything for an end. I answer that, of actions done by man those alone are properly called human, which are proper to man as man. Now man differs from irrational animals in this, that he is master of his actions. Wherefore those actions alone are properly called human, of which man is master. Now man is master of his actions through his reason and will. Whence too the free will is defined as the faculty and will of reason. Therefore those actions are properly called human which proceed from a deliberate will. And if any other actions are found in man, they can be called actions of a man, but not properly human actions, since they are not proper to man as man. Now it is clear that whatever actions proceed from a power are caused by that power in accordance with the nature of its object. But the object of the will is the end and the good. Therefore all human actions must be for an end. Reply Obj. 1: Although the end be last in the order of execution, yet it is first in the order of the agent's intention, and it is this way that it is a cause. Reply Obj. 2: If any human action be the last end, it must be voluntary, else it would not be human, as stated above. Now an action is voluntary in one of two ways. First, because it is commanded by the will, e.g. to walk, or to speak. Secondly, because it is elicited by the will, for instance the very act of willing. Now it is impossible for the very act elicited by the will to be the last end. For the object of the will is the end, just as the object of sight is color. Wherefore just as the first visible cannot be the act of seeing, because every act of seeing is directed to a visible object, so the first appetite, i.e. the end, cannot be the very act of willing. Consequently it follows that if a human action be the last end, it must be an action commanded by the will, so that there some action of man, at least the act of willing, is for the end. Therefore whatever a man does, it is true to say that man acts for an end, even when he does that action in which the last end consists. Reply Obj. 3: Such like actions are not properly human actions, since they do not proceed from deliberation of the reason, which is the proper principle of human actions. Therefore they have indeed an imaginary end, but not one that is fixed by reason. Second Article. 1, 2, Question 1, Article 2. Whether it is proper to the rational nature to act for an end? Objection 1. It would seem that it is proper to the rational nature to act for an end. For man, to whom it belongs to act for an end, never acts for an unknown end. On the other hand, there are many things that have no knowledge of an end, either because they are altogether without knowledge, as insensible creatures, or because they do not apprehend the idea of an end as such, as irrational animals. Therefore it seems proper to the rational nature to act for an end. Obj. 2. Further, to act for an end is to order one's action to an end, but this is the work of reason. Therefore it does not belong to things that lack reason. Obj. 3. Further, the good and the end is the object of the will, but the will is in the reason. De Anima iii, 9. Therefore to act for an end belongs to none but a rational creature. On the contrary, the Philosopher proves (Phys. ii, 5) that not only mind but also nature acts for an end. I answer that, every agent of necessity acts for an end. For if in a number of causes ordained to one another, the first be removed, the others must, of necessity, be removed also. Now the first of all causes is the final cause, the reason of which is that matter does not receive form, save in so far as it is moved by an agent. For nothing reduces itself from potentiality to act. But an agent does not move except out of intention for an end. For if the agent were not determinate to some particular effect, it would not do one thing rather than another. Consequently, in order that produce a determinate effect, it must of necessity be determined to some certain one, which has the nature of an end. And just as this determination is effected in the rational nature, by the rational appetite, which is called the will, so, in other things, it is caused by their natural inclination, which is called the natural appetite. Nevertheless, it must be observed that a thing tends to an end by its action or movement in two ways: first, as a thing moving itself to the end, as man; secondly, as a thing moved by another to the end, as an arrow tends to a determinate end through being moved by the archer, who directs his action to the end. Therefore those things that are possessed of reason move themselves to an end, because they have dominion over their actions through their free will, which is the faculty of will and reason. But those things that lack reason tend to an end by natural inclination, as being moved by another and not by themselves; since they do not know the nature of an end as such, and consequently cannot ordain anything to an end, but can be ordained to an end only by another. For the entire irrational nature is in comparison to God as an instrument to the principal agent, as stated above. 1. Question 22, Article 2 to 4. Question 103, Article 1 to 3. Consequently, it is proper to the rational nature to tend to an end as directing agens and leading itself to the end; whereas it is proper to the irrational nature to tend to an end as directed or led by another, whether it apprehend the end as do irrational animals, or do not apprehend it, as is the case of those things which are altogether void of knowledge. Reply Obj. 1: When a man of himself acts for an end, he knows the end; but when he is directed or led by another, for instance, when he acts at another's command, or when he is moved under another's compulsion, it is not necessary that he should know the end. And it is thus with irrational creatures. Reply Obj. 2: To ordain towards an end belongs to that which directs itself to an end; whereas to be ordained to an end belongs to that which is directed by another to an end. And this can belong to an irrational creature, but owing to someone possessed of reason. Reply Obj. 3: The object of the will is the end and the good in universal. Consequently there can be no will in those things that lack reason and intellect, since they cannot apprehend the universal, but they have a natural appetite, or sensitive appetite, determinate to some particular good. Now it is clear that particular causes are moved by a universal cause. Thus the governor of a city, who intends the common good, moves by his command all the particular departments of the city. Consequently all things that lack reason are, of necessity, moved to their particular ends by some rational will which extends to the universal good, namely, by the Divine will. Third Article. Pars prima secundae, Question 1, Article 3. Whether human acts are specified by their end? Objection 1. It would seem that human acts are not specified by their end. For the end is an extrinsic cause. But everything is specified by an intrinsic principle. Therefore human acts are not specified by their end. Obj. 2. Further, that which gives a thing its species should exist before it, but the end comes into existence afterwards. Therefore a human act does not derive its species from the end. Obj. 3. Further, one thing cannot be in more than one species, but one and the same act may happen to be ordained to various ends. Therefore the end does not give the species to human acts. On the contrary, Augustine says (On the Catholic and the Manichaean Way of Life, ii, 13): "According as their end is worthy of blame or praise, so are our deeds worthy of blame or praise." I answer that, Each thing receives its species in respect of an act, and not in respect of potentiality. Wherefore things composed of matter and form are established in their respective species by their own forms. And this is also to be observed in proper movements. For since movements are, in a way, divided into action and passion, each of these receives its species from an act. Action indeed from the act which is the principle of acting, and passion from the act which is the terminus of the movement. Wherefore heating as an action is nothing else than a certain movement proceeding from heat, while heating as a passion is nothing else than a movement towards heat, and it is the definition that shows the specific nature. And either way, human acts, whether they be considered as actions or as passions, receive their species from the end. For human acts can be considered in both ways, since man moves himself and is moved by himself. Now it has been stated above (A. 1) that acts are called human inasmuch as they proceed from a deliberate will. Now the object of the will is the good and the end. And hence it is clear that the principle of human acts, in so far as they are human, is the end. In like matter it is their terminus, for the human act terminates at that which the will intends as the end. Thus in natural agents the form of the thing generated is conformed to the form of the generator. And since, as Ambrose says (Prologue to the Commentary on the Gospel according to Luke), morality is said properly of man, moral acts properly speaking receive their species from the end, for moral acts are the same as human acts. Reply Obj. 1: The end is not altogether extrinsic to the act, because it is related to the act as principle or terminus, and thus it is just this that is essential to an act, that is to say, to proceed from something, considered as action, and to proceed towards something, considered as passion. Reply Obj. 2: The end, in so far as it pre-exists in the intention, pertains to the will, as stated above (A. 1, ad 1), and it is thus that it gives the species to the human or moral act. Reply Obj. 3: One and the same act, in so far as it proceeds once from the agent, is ordained to but one proximate end, from which it has its species, but it can be ordained to several remote ends, of which one is the end of the other. It is possible, however, that an act which is in one respect of its natural species be ordained to several ends of the will. Thus this act "to kill a man," which is but one act in respect of its natural species, can be ordained, as to an end, to the safeguarding of justice, and to the satisfying of anger; the result being that there would be several acts in different species of morality, since in one way there will be an act of virtue, in another an act of vice. For movement does not receive its species from that which is its terminus accidentally, but only from that which is its per se terminus. Now moral ends are accidental to a natural thing, and conversely the relation to a natural end is accidental to morality. Consequently there is no reason why acts which are the same considered in their natural species should not be diverse considered in their moral species, and conversely. Fourth Article. Pars primo secunda. Question 1, Article 4. Whether there is one last end of human life? Objection 1. It would seem that there is no last end of human life, but that we proceed to infinity. For good is essentially diffusive, as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. iv). Consequently, if that which proceeds from good is itself good, the latter must needs diffuse some other good, so that the diffusion of good goes on indefinitely. But good has the nature of an end. Therefore there is an indefinite series of ends. Obj. 2: Further, things pertaining to the reason can be multiplied to infinity. Thus mathematical quantities have no limit. For the same reason the species of numbers are infinite, since, given any number, the reason can think of one yet greater. But desire of the end is consequent on the apprehension of the reason. Therefore it seems that there is also an infinite series of ends. Obj. 3: Further, the good and the end is the object of the will. But the will can react on itself an infinite number of times. For I can will something, and will to will it, and so on indefinitely. Therefore there is an infinite series of ends of the human will, and there is no last end of the human will. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Metaph. ii, 2) that "to suppose a thing to be indefinite is to deny that it is good." But the good is that which has the nature of an end. Therefore it is contrary to the nature of an end to proceed. I answer that, absolutely speaking, it is not possible to proceed indefinitely in the matter of ends, from any point of view. For in whatsoever things there is an essential order of one to another, if the first be removed, those that are ordained to the first must of necessity be removed also. Wherefore the Philosopher proves (Phys. viii, 5) that we cannot proceed to infinitude in causes of movement, because then there would be no first mover, without which neither can the others move, since they move only through being moved by the first mover. Now there is to be observed a twofold order in ends, the order of intention and the order of execution. And in either of these orders there must be something first. For that which is first in the order of intention is the principle, as it were, moving the appetite. Consequently, if you remove this principle, there will be nothing to move the appetite. On the other hand, the principle in execution is that wherein operation has its beginning, and if this principle be taken away, no one will begin to work. Now the principle in the intention is the last end, while the principle in execution is the first of the things which are ordained to the end. Consequently, on neither side is it possible to go to infinity, since if there were no last end, nothing would be desired, nor would any action have its term, nor would the intention of the agent be at rest. While if there is no first thing among those that are ordained to the end, none would begin to work at anything, and counsel would have no term, but would continue indefinitely. On the other hand, nothing hinders infinity from being in things that are ordained to one another not essentially but accidentally, for accidental causes are indeterminate. And in this way it happens that there is an accidental infinity of ends, and of things ordained to the end. Reply Obj. 1: The very nature of good is that something flows from it, but not that it flows from something else. Since therefore good has the nature of end, and the first good is the last end, this argument does not prove that there is no last end, but that from the end already supposed we may proceed downwards indefinitely towards those things that are ordained to the end. And this would be true if we considered but the power of the first good, which is infinite. But since the first good diffuses itself according to the intellect, to which it is proper to flow forth into its effects according to a certain fixed form, it follows that there is a certain measure to the flow of good things from the first good, from which all other goods share the power of diffusion. Consequently the diffusion of goods does not proceed indefinitely, but, as it is written (Wisdom 11:21), God disposes all things in number, weight, and measure. Reply Obj. 2: In things which are of themselves, reason begins from principles that are known naturally, and advances to some term. Wherefore the Philosopher proves (Poster. i, 3) that there is no infinite process in demonstrations, because there we find a process of things having an essential, not an accidental, connection with one another. But in those things which are accidentally connected, nothing hinders the reason from proceeding indefinitely. Now it is accidental to a stated quantity or number, as such, that quantity or unity be added to it. Wherefore in such like things nothing hinders the reason from an indefinite process. Reply Obj. 3: This multiplication of acts of the will reacting on itself is accidental to the order of ends. This is clear from the fact that in regard to one and the same end, the will reacts on itself indifferently once or several times. Fifth article, Pars Prima Secundae, question 1, article 5. Whether one man can have several last ends? Objection 1. It would seem possible for one man's will to be directed at the same time to several things, as last ends. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xix, 1) that some held man's last end to consist in 4 things, that is to say, in pleasure, repose, the gifts of nature, and virtue. But these are clearly more than one thing. Therefore one man can place the last end of his will in many things. Obj. 2: Further, things not in opposition to one another do not exclude one another. Now there are many things which are not in opposition to one another. Therefore the supposition that one thing is the last end of the will does not exclude others. Obj. 3: Further, by the fact that it places its last end in one thing, the will does not lose its freedom. But before it placed its last end in that thing, e.g. pleasure, it could place it in something else, e.g. riches. Therefore even after having placed his last end in pleasure, a man can at the same time place his last end in riches. Therefore it is possible for one man's will to be directed at the same time to several things as last ends. On the contrary, that in which a man rests as in his last end, is master of his affections, since he takes therefrom his entire rule of life. Hence of gluttons it is written (Philemon 3:19), whose god is their belly, that is to say, because they place their last end in the pleasures of the belly. Now according to Matt. 6:24, no man can serve 2 masters, such, namely, as are not ordained to one another. Therefore it is impossible for one man to have several last ends not ordained to one another. I answer that, it is impossible for one man's will to be directed at the same time to diverse things as last ends. 3 reasons may be assigned for this. First, because since everything desires its own perfection, a man desires for his ultimate end that which he desires as his perfect and crowning good. Hence Augustine (De Civ. Dei xix, 1): in speaking of the end of good we mean now, not that it passes away so as to be no more, but that it is perfected so as to be complete. It is therefore necessary for the last end so to fill man's appetite, that nothing is left besides it for man to desire; which is not possible if something else be required for his perfection. Consequently it is not possible for the appetite so to tend to 2 things, as though each were its perfect good. The second reason is because, just as in the process of reasoning, the principle is that which is naturally known, so in the process of the rational appetite, i.e. the will, the principle needs to be that which is naturally desired. Now this must needs be one, since nature tends to one thing only. But the principle in the process of the rational appetite is the last end. Therefore that to which the will tends, as to its last end, is one. The third reason is because, since voluntary actions receive their species from the end, as stated above (A. 3), they must needs receive their genus from the last end, which is common to them all; just as natural things are placed in a genus according to a common form. Since then all things that can be desired by the will belong as such to one genus, the last end must needs be one. And all the more because in every genus there is one first principle, and the last end has the nature of a first principle, as stated above. Now as the last end of man, simply as man, is to the whole human race, so is the last end of any individual man to that individual. Therefore, just as of all men there is naturally one last end, so the will of an individual man must be fixed on one last end. Reply Obj. 1: All these several objects were considered as one perfect good resulting therefrom, by those who placed in them the last end. Reply Obj. 2: Although it is possible to find several things which are not in opposition to one another, yet it is contrary to a thing's perfect good that anything besides be required for that thing's perfection. Reply Obj. 3: The power of the will does not extend to making opposites exist at the same time; which would be the case were it to tend to several diverse objects as last ends, as has been shown above (ad 2). _______________________ SIXTH ARTICLE I, Q. 1, Art. 6] Whether Man Wills All, Whatsoever He Wills, for the Last End? Objection 1: It would seem that man does not will all, whatsoever he wills, for the last end. For things ordained to the last end are said to be serious matter, as being useful. But jests are foreign to serious matter. Therefore what man does in jest, he ordains not to the last end. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says at the beginning of his Metaphysics (i, 2) that speculative science is sought for its own sake. Now it cannot be said that each speculative science is the last end. Therefore man does not desire all, whatsoever he desires, for the last end. Obj. 3: Further, whosoever ordains something to an end, thinks of that end. But man does not always think of the last end in all that he desires or does. Therefore man neither desires nor does all for the last end. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xix, 1): "That is the end of our good, for the sake of which we love other things, whereas we love it for its own sake." I answer that, Man must, of necessity, desire all, whatsoever he desires, for the last end. This is evident for two reasons. First, because whatsoever man desires, he desires it under the aspect of good. And if he desire it, not as his perfect good, which is the last end, he must of necessity desire it as tending to the perfect good, because the beginning of anything is always ordained to its completion; as is clearly the case in effects both of nature and of art. Wherefore every beginning of perfection is ordained to complete perfection, which is achieved through the last end. Secondly, because the last end stands in the same relation in moving the appetite, as the first mover in other movements. Now it is clear that secondary moving causes do not move save inasmuch as they are moved by the first mover. Therefore secondary objects of the appetite do not move the appetite, except as ordained to the first object of the appetite, which is the last end. Reply Obj. 1: Actions done jestingly are not directed to any external end, but merely to the good of the jester, in so far as they afford him pleasure or relaxation. But man's consummate good is his last end. Reply Obj. 2: The same applies to speculative science, which is desired as the scientist's good, included in complete and perfect good, which is the ultimate end. Reply Obj. 3: One need not always be thinking of the last end, whenever one desires or does something, but the virtue of the first intention, which was in respect of the last end, remains in every desire directed to any object whatever, even though one's thoughts be not actually directed to the last end. Thus while walking along the road one needs not to be thinking of the end at every step. Seventh Article I, Q. 1, Art. 7: Whether all men have the same last end? Objection 1: It would seem that all men have not the same last end. For before all else the unchangeable good seems to be the last end of man. But some turn away from the unchangeable good, by sinning. Therefore all men have not the same last end. Obj. 2: Further, man's entire life is ruled according to his last end. If therefore all men had the same last end, they would not have various pursuits in life, which is evidently false. Obj. 3: Further, the end is the term of action. But actions are of individuals. Now although men agree in their specific nature, yet they differ in things pertaining to individuals. Therefore all men have not the same last end. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. viii, 3) that all men agree in desiring the last end, which is happiness. I answer that, we can speak of the last end in two ways. First, considering only the aspect of last end. Secondly, considering the thing in which the aspect of last end is realized. So then, as to the aspect of last end, all agree in desiring the last end, since all desire the fulfilment of their perfection, and it is precisely this fulfilment in which the last end consists, as stated above (A. 5). But as to the thing in which this aspect is realized, all men are not agreed as to their last end, since some desire riches as their consummate good, some pleasure, others something else. Thus to every taste the sweet is pleasant, but to some the sweetness of wine is most pleasant, to others the sweetness of honey, or of something similar. Yet that sweet is absolutely the best of all pleasant things, in which he who has the best taste takes most pleasure. In like manner that good is most complete which the man with well-disposed affections desires for his last end. Reply Obj. 1: Those who sin turn from that in which their last end really consists, but they do not turn away from the intention of the last end, which intention they mistakenly seek in other things. Reply Obj. 2: Various pursuits in life are found among men by reason of the various things in which men seek to find their last end. Reply Obj. 3: Although actions are of individuals, yet their first principle of action is nature, which tends to one thing, as stated above (A. 5). _Eighth Article. Pars prima secundae, Q. 1, Art. 8] Whether other creatures concur in that last end? Objection 1: It would seem that all other creatures concur in man's last end. For the end corresponds to the beginning. But man's beginning, i.e. God, is also the beginning of all else. Therefore all other things concur in man's last end. Obj. 2: Further, Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that God turns all things to Himself as to their last end. But He is also man's last end, because He alone is to be enjoyed by man, as Augustine says (De Doctr. Christ. i, 5, 22). Therefore other things, too, concur in man's last end. Obj. 3: Further, man's last end is the object of the will. But the object of the will is the universal good, which is the end of all. Therefore other things, too, concur in man's last end. On the contrary, man's last end is happiness, which all men desire, as Augustine says (De Trin. viii, 3, 4). But happiness is not possible for animals bereft of reason, as Augustine says (QQ. 83, Q. 5). Therefore other things do not concur in man's last end. I answer that, as the Philosopher says (Phys. ii, 2), the end is twofold, the end for which, and the end by which. That is to say, the thing itself in which is found the aspect of good, and the use or acquisition of that thing. Thus we say that the end of the movement of a weighty body is either a lower place as thing, or to be in a lower place as use. And the end of the miser is money as thing, or possession of money as use. If therefore we speak of man's last end as of the thing which is the end, thus all other things concur in man's last end, since God is the last end of man and of all other things. If, however, we speak of man's last end as of the acquisition of the end, then irrational creatures do not concur with man in this end. For man and other rational creatures attain to their last end by knowing and loving God. This is not possible to other creatures, which acquire their last end, in so far as they share in the divine likeness, inasmuch as they are, or live, or even know. Hence it is evident how the objections are solved, since happiness means the acquisition of the last end. End of Preface and Question 1. Recording by Eric Metzler, Albuquerque, New Mexico, the year 2014.
Question 2 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secondae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secondae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 2. Of those things in which man's happiness consists in 8 articles. We have now to consider happiness, and, number 1, in what it consists, number 2, what it is, and number 3, how we can obtain it. Concerning the first, there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Whether happiness consists in wealth. Number 2, whether in honor. Number 3, whether in fame or glory. Number 4, whether in power. Number 5, whether in any good of the body. Number 6, whether in pleasure. Number 7, whether in any good of the soul. And number 8, whether in any created good. First article, whether man's happiness consists in wealth. Objection 1. It would seem that man's happiness consists in wealth. For since happiness is man's last end, it must consist in that which has the greatest hold on man's affections. Now this is wealth, for it is written, Ecclesiastes 10:19, all things obey money. Therefore man's happiness consists in wealth. Objection 2. Further, according to Boethius, The Consolation of Philosophy 3, happiness is a state of life made perfect by the aggregate of all good things. Now, 5, money was invented that it might be a sort of guarantee for the acquisition of whatever man desires. Therefore, happiness consists in wealth. Objection 3. Further, since the desire for the sovereign good never fails, it seems to be infinite. But this is the case with riches more than anything else, since a covetous man shall not be satisfied with riches. Ecclesiastes 5:9. Therefore, happiness consists in wealth. On the contrary, man's good consists in retaining happiness rather than in spreading it. But as Boethius says, The Consolation of Philosophy 2, wealth shines in giving rather than in hoarding. For the miser is hateful, whereas the generous man is applauded. Therefore, man's happiness does not consist in wealth. I answer that it is impossible for man's happiness to consist in wealth, for wealth is twofold, as the philosopher says. Politics 1:3. That is, natural and artificial. Natural wealth is that which serves man as a remedy for his natural wants, such as food, drink, clothing, cars, dwellings, and such like, while artificial wealth is that which is not a direct help to nature, as money, but is invented by the art of man, for the convenience of exchange, and as a measure of things saleable. Now, it is evident that man's happiness cannot consist in natural wealth, for wealth of this kind is sought for the sake of something else, that is, as a support of human nature. Consequently, it cannot be man's last end. Rather, it is ordained to man as to its end. Wherefore, in the order of nature, all such things are below man and made for him, according to Psalm 8:8. Thou hast subjected all things under his feet. And as to artificial wealth, it is not sought for the sake of natural wealth, since man would not seek it except because, by his means, he procures for himself the necessaries of life. Consequently, much less can it be considered in the light of the last end. Therefore, it is impossible for happiness, which is the last end of man, to consist in wealth. Reply, Objection 1. All material things obey money, so far as the multitude of fools is concerned, who know no other than material goods which can be obtained for money. But we should take our estimation of human goods, not from the foolish, but from the wise, just as it is for a person whose sense of taste is in good order to judge whether a thing is palatable. Reply, Objection 2. All things saleable can be had for money. Not so spiritual things which cannot be sold. Hence it is written, Proverbs 17:16, What doth it avail a fool to have riches, seeing he cannot buy wisdom? Reply Obj. 3. The desire for natural riches is not infinite, because they suffice for nature in a certain measure. But the desire for artificial wealth is infinite, for it is the servant of disordered concupiscence, which is not curbed, as the philosopher makes clear, Politics 1:3. Yet this desire for wealth is infinite otherwise than the desire for the sovereign good. For the more perfectly the sovereign good is possessed, the more it is loved, and other things despised, because the more we possess it, the more we know it. Hence it is written, Sirach 24:29, They that eat me shall yet hunger. Whereas in the desire for wealth and for whatsoever temporal goods, the contrary is the case, then we despise them and seek others. Which is the sense of our Lord's words, John 4:13, Whosoever drinketh of this water, by which temporal goods are signified, shall thirst again. The reason of this is that we realize more their insufficiency when we possess them, and this very fact shows that they are imperfect, and the sovereign good does not consist therein. Second article. Whether man's happiness consists in honors. Objection 1. It would seem that man's happiness consists in honors, for happiness or bliss is the reward of virtue, as the philosopher says, Ethics 1:9. But honor, more than anything else, seems to be that by which virtue is rewarded, as the philosopher says, Ethics 4:3. Therefore, happiness consists especially in honor. Objection 2. Further, that which belongs to God and to persons of great excellence seems especially to be happiness, which is the perfect good. But that is honor, as the philosopher says, Ethics 4:3. Moreover, the Apostle says, First Epistle to Timothy 1:17, To the only God be honor and glory. Therefore, happiness consists in honor. Objection 3. Further, that which man desires above all is happiness. But nothing seems more desirable to man than honor, since man suffers loss in all other things, lest he should suffer loss of honor. Therefore, happiness consists in honor. On the contrary, happiness is in the happy, but honor is not in the honored, but rather in him who honors, and who offers deference to the person honored, as the philosopher says, Ethics 1:5. Therefore, happiness does not consist in honor. I answer that it is impossible for happiness to consist in honor, for honor is given to a man on account of some excellence in him, and consequently it is a sign and attestation of the excellence that is in the person honored. Now a man's excellence is in proportion, especially to his happiness, which is man's perfect good, and to its parts, i.e., those goods by which he has a certain share of happiness, and therefore honor can result from happiness, but happiness cannot principally consist therein. Reply Obj. 1. As the philosopher says, Ethics 1:5, honor is not that reward of virtue for which the virtuous work, but they receive honor from men by way of reward, as from those who have nothing greater to offer. But virtue's true reward is happiness itself, for which the virtuous work, wherein, if they worked for honor, it would no longer be a virtue, but ambition. Reply Obj. 2. Honor is due to God, and to persons of great excellence as a sign of attestation of excellence already existing, not that honor makes them excellent. Reply Obj. 3. That man desires honor above all else arises from his natural desire for happiness, from which honor results, as stated above, wherefore man seeks to be honored especially by the wise, on whose judgments he believes himself to be excellent or happy. Third article. Whether man's happiness consists in fame or glory. Objection 1. It would seem that man's happiness consists in glory, for happiness seems to consist in that which is paid to the saints for the trials they have undergone in the world. But this is glory. For the Apostle says, Epistle to the Romans 8:18, The sufferings of this time are not worthy to be compared with the glory to come, that shall be revealed in us. Therefore happiness consists in glory. Objection 2. Further, good is diffusive of itself, as stated by Dionysius, Divine Names 4. But man's good is spread abroad in the knowledge of others by glory more than by anything else, since, according to Ambrose, Augustine, Contra Maximinum Arinum 2:13, glory consists in being well known and praised. Therefore man's happiness consists in glory. Objection 3. Further, happiness is the most enduring good. Now, this seems to be fame or glory, because by this men attain to eternity after a fashion. Hence Boethius says, Consolation of Philosophy 2, You seem to beget unto yourselves eternity when you think of your fame in future time. Therefore man's happiness consists in fame or glory. On the contrary, happiness is man's true good. But it happens that fame or glory is false. For as Boethius says, Consolation of Philosophy 3, many owe their renown to the lying reports spread among the people. Can anything be more shameful? For those who receive false fame must needs blush at their own praise. Therefore man's happiness does not consist in fame or glory. I answer that man's happiness cannot consist in fame or glory, for glory consists in being well known and praised, as Ambrose, Augustine, Contra Maximinum Arinum 2:13, says. Now the thing known is related to human knowledge otherwise than to God's knowledge, for human knowledge is caused by the things known, whereas God's knowledge is the cause of the things known. Wherefore the perfection of human good, which is called happiness, cannot be caused by human knowledge, but rather human knowledge of another's happiness proceeds from, and in a fashion is caused by, human happiness itself, inchoate or perfect. Consequently, man's happiness cannot consist in fame or glory. On the other hand, man's good depends on God's knowledge as its cause, and therefore man's beatitude depends, as on its cause, on the glory which man has with God. According to Psalm 90:15, 16, I will deliver him and I will glorify him. I will fill him with length of days, and I will show him my salvation. Furthermore, we must observe that human knowledge often fails, especially in contingent singulars, such as are human acts. For this reason, human glory is frequently deceptive, but since God cannot be deceived, his glory is always true. Hence it is written, Second Epistle to the Corinthians 10:18, He is approved whom God commendeth. Reply, Objection 1. The Apostle speaks then, not of the glory which is with men, but of the glory which is from God, with his angels. Hence it is written, Mark 8:38, The Son of Man shall confess him in the glory of his Father before his angels. St. Thomas joins Mark 8:38 with Luke 12:8, owing to a possible variant in his text, or to the fact that he was quoting from memory. Reply, Objection 2. A man's good which, through fame or glory, if this knowledge be true, must needs be derived from good existing in the man himself, and hence it presupposes perfect or inchoate happiness. But if the knowledge be false, it does not harmonize with the thing, and thus good does not exist in him who is looked upon as famous. Hence it follows that fame can no wise make man happy. Reply, Objection 3. Fame has no stability. In fact, it is easily ruined by false report, and if sometimes it endures, this is by accident. But happiness endures of itself, and forever. Fourth article, whether man's happiness consists in power. Objection 1. It would seem that happiness consists in power, for all things desire to become like to God, as to their last end and first beginning. But men who are in power seem, on account of the similarity of power, to be most like to God. Hence also in Scripture they are called gods. Exodus 22:28. Thou shalt not speak ill of the gods. Therefore, happiness consists in power. Objection 2. Further, happiness is the perfect good, but the highest perfection for man is to be able to rule others, which belongs to those who are in power. Therefore, happiness consists in power. Objection 3. Further, since happiness is supremely desirable, it is contrary to that which is before all to be shunned. But, more than aught else, men shun servitude, which is contrary to power. Therefore, happiness consists in power. On the contrary, happiness is the perfect good, but power is most imperfect. For as Boethius says, Consolation of Philosophy 3, the power of man cannot relieve the gnawings of care, nor can it avoid the thorny path of anxiety. And further on, think you a man is powerful who is surrounded by attendants, whom he inspires with fear indeed, but whom he fears still more? I answer that it is impossible for happiness to consist in power, and this for two reasons. First, because power has the nature of principle, as is stated in Metaphysics 5:12, whereas happiness has the nature of last end. Secondly, because power has relation to good and evil, whereas happiness is man's proper and perfect good. Wherefore some happiness might consist in the good use of power, which is by virtue rather than in power itself. Now, 4 general reasons may be given to prove that happiness consists in none of the foregoing external goods. First, because happiness is man's supreme good, it is incompatible with any evil. Now, all the foregoing can be found both in good and in evil men. Secondly, because, since it is the nature of happiness to satisfy of itself, as stated in Ethics 1:7, having gained happiness, man cannot lack any needful good. But after acquiring any one of the foregoing, man may still lack many goods that are necessary to him, for instance, wisdom, bodily health, and such like. Thirdly, because, since happiness is the perfect good, no evil can accrue to anyone therefrom. This cannot be said of the foregoing, for it is written, Ecclesiastes 5:12, that riches are sometimes kept to the hurt of the owner. And the same may be said of the other three. Fourthly, because man is ordained to happiness through principles that are in him, since he is ordained thereto naturally. Now, the four goods mentioned above are all due rather to external causes, and in most cases to fortune, for which reason they are called goods of fortune. Therefore it is evident that happiness no wise consists in the foregoing. Reply Obj. 1. God's power is his goodness. Hence he cannot use his power otherwise than well. But it is not so with men. Consequently, it is not enough for man's happiness that he become like God in power, unless he become like him in goodness also. Reply Obj. 2. Just as it is a very good thing for a man to make good use of power in ruling many, so is it a very bad thing if he makes bad use of it. And so it is that power is towards good and evil. Reply Obj. 3. Servitude is a hindrance to the good use of power. Therefore it is that men naturally shun it, not because man's supreme good consists in power. Fifth article. Whether man's happiness consists in any bodily good. Objection 1. It would seem that man's happiness consists in bodily goods, for it is written, Sirach 30:16, "There is no riches above the riches of the health of the body." But happiness consists in that which is best. Therefore it consists in the health of the body. Objection 2. Further, Dionysius says, Divine Names 5, that to be is better than to live, and to live is better than all that follows. But for man's being and living, the health of the body is necessary. Since, therefore, happiness is man's supreme good, it seems that the health of the body belongs more than anything else to happiness. Objection 3. Further, the more universal a thing is, the higher the principle from which it depends. Because the higher a cause is, the greater the scope of its power. Now, just as the causality of the efficient cause consists in its flowing into something, so the causality of the end consists in its drawing the appetite. Therefore, just as the first cause is that which flows into all things, so the last end is that which attracts the desire of all. But being itself is that which is most desired by all. Therefore, man's happiness consists most of all in things pertaining to his being, such as the health of the body. On the contrary, man surpasses all other animals in regard to happiness, but in bodily goods he is surpassed by many animals. For instance, by the elephant in longevity, by the lion in strength, by the stag in fleetness. Therefore man's happiness does not consist in goods of the body. I answer that it is impossible for man's happiness to consist in the goods of the body, and this for two reasons. First, because, if a thing be ordained to another as to its end, its last end cannot consist in the preservation of its being. Hence, a captain does not intend as a last end the preservation of the ship entrusted to him, since a ship is ordained to do something else as its end, that is, to navigation. Now, just as the ship is entrusted to the captain that he may steer its course, so man is given over to his will and reason. According to Sirach 15:14, God made man from the beginning, and left him in the hand of his own counsel. Now it is evident that man is ordained to something as his end, since man is not the supreme good. Therefore the last end of man's reason and will cannot be the preservation of man's being. Secondly, because, granted that the end of man's will and reason be the preservation of man's being, it could not be said that the end of man is some good of the body, for man's being consists in soul and body, and though the being of the body depends on the soul, yet the being of the human soul depends not on the body, as shown above. First question, Article 75, 2. And the very body is for the soul, as matter for its form, and the instruments for the man that puts them into motion, that by their means he may do his work. Wherefore all goods of the body are ordained to the goods of the soul as to their end. Consequently happiness, which is man's last end, cannot consist in goods of the body. Reply Objection 1. Just as the body is ordained to the soul as its end, so are external goods ordained to the body itself, and therefore it is with reason that the good of the body is preferred to external goods, which are signified by riches, just as the good of the soul is preferred to all bodily goods. Reply Objection 2. Being taken simply as including all perfection of being surpasses life and all that follows, for thus being itself includes all these. And in this sense Dionysius speaks. But if we consider being itself as participated in this or that thing, which does not possess the whole perfection of being, but has imperfect being, such as the being of any creature, then it is evident that being itself together with additional perfection is more excellent. Hence in the same passage Dionysius says that things that live are better than things that exist, and intelligent better than living things. Reply Objection 3. Since the end corresponds to the beginning, this argument proves that the last end is the first beginning of being, in whom every perfection of being is, whose likeness, according to their proportion, some desire as to being only, some as to living being, some as to being which is living, intelligent, and happy, and this belongs to few. Sixth article. Whether man's happiness consists in pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that man's happiness consists in pleasure, for since happiness is the last end, it is not desired for something else, but other things for it. But this answers to pleasure more than to anything else. For it is absurd to ask anyone what is his motive in wishing to be pleased. Ethics 10:2. Therefore, happiness consists principally in pleasure and delight. Objection 2. Further, the first cause goes more deeply into the effect than the second cause. The Book of Causes 1. Now, the causality of the end consists in its attracting the appetite. Therefore, seemingly that which moves most the appetite answers to the notion of the last end. Now this is pleasure. And a sign of this is that delight so far absorbs man's will and reason that it causes him to despise other goods. Therefore it seems that man's last end, which is happiness, consists principally in pleasure. Objection 3. Further, since desire is for good, it seems that what all desire is best. But all desire delight, both wise and foolish, and even irrational creatures. Therefore delight is the best of all. Therefore happiness, which is the supreme good, consists in pleasure. On the contrary, Boethius says, Consolation of Philosophy 3, anyone that chooses to look back on his past successes will perceive that pleasures had a sad ending. And if they can render a man happy, there is no reason why we should not say that the very beasts are happy too. I answer that, because bodily delights are more generally known, the name of pleasure has been appropriated to them, Ethics 7:13, although other delights excel them, and yet happiness does not consist in them, because in everything that which pertains to its essence is distinct from its proper accident. Thus in man, it is one thing that he is a mortal rational animal, and another that he is a risible animal. We must therefore consider that every delight is a proper accident resulting from happiness, or from some part of happiness, since the reason that a man is delighted is that he has found some fitting good, either in reality or in hope, or at least in memory. Now a fitting good, if indeed it be the perfect good, is precisely man's happiness. And if it is imperfect, it is a share of happiness, either proximate or remote, or at least apparent. Therefore it is evident that neither is delight which results from the perfect good, the very essence of happiness, but something resulting therefrom as its proper accident. But bodily pleasure cannot result from the perfect good even in that way, for it results from a good apprehended by sense, which is a power of the soul, which power makes use of the body. Now, good pertaining to the body and apprehended by sense cannot be man's perfect good, for since the rational soul excels the capacity of corporeal matter, that part of the soul which is independent of the corporeal organ has a certain affinity in regard to the body, and those parts of the soul which are tied down to the body, just as immaterial things are in a way infinite as compared to material things, since a form is, after a fashion, contracted and bounded by matter, so that a form which is independent of matter is in a way infinite. Therefore sense, which is a power of the body, knows the singular, which is determinate through matter, whereas the intellect, which is a power independent of matter, knows the universal, which is abstracted from matter and contains an infinite number of singulars. Consequently, it is evident that good which is fitting to the body and which causes bodily delight, through being apprehended by sense, is not man's perfect good, but is quite a trifle as compared with the good of the soul. Hence it is written, Wisdom 7:9, that all good in comparison of her is as a little sand. And therefore bodily pleasure is neither happiness itself nor a proper accident of happiness. Reply Obj. 1. It comes to the same whether we desire good or desire delight, which is nothing else than the appetite's rest in good. Thus it is owing to the same natural force that a weighty body is borne downwards, and that it rests there. Consequently, just as good is desired for itself, so delight is desired for itself and not for anything else, if the preposition for denotes the final cause. But if it denote the formal, or rather the motive cause, thus delight is desirable for something else, i.e., for the good which is the object of that delight, and consequently is its principle, and gives it its form. For the reason that delight is desired is that it is rest in the thing desired. Reply Obj. 2. The vehemence of desire for sensible delight arises from the fact that operations of the senses, through being the principles of our knowledge, are more perceptible. And so it is that sensible pleasures are desired by the majority. Reply Obj. 3. All desire delight in the same way as they desire good, and yet they desire delight by reason of the good and not conversely, as stated above. 2:1. Consequently, it does not follow that delight is the supreme and essential good, but that every delight results from some good, and that some delight results from that which is the essential and supreme good. Seventh article. Whether some good of the soul constitutes man's happiness. Objection 1. It would seem that some good of the soul constitutes man's happiness, for happiness is man's good. Now this is threefold: external goods, goods of the body, and goods of the soul. But happiness does not consist in external goods nor in goods of the body, as is shown above, Articles 4 and 5. Therefore it consists in goods of the soul. Objection 2. Further, we love that for which we desire good, more than the good that we desire for it. Thus we love a friend for whom we desire money, more than we love money. But whatever a good man desires, he desires it for himself. Therefore he loves himself more than all other goods. Now happiness is what is loved above all, which is evident from the fact that for its sake all else is loved and desired. Therefore happiness consists in some good of man himself, not, however, in goods of the body, therefore in goods of the soul. Objection 3. Further, perfection is something belonging to that which is perfected, but happiness is a perfection of man. Therefore happiness is something belonging to man, but it is not something belonging to the body, as shown above, Article 5. Therefore it is something belonging to the soul, and thus it consists in the goods of the soul. On the contrary, as Augustine says, of Christian teaching 1:22, that which constitutes the life of happiness is to be loved for its own sake. But man is not to be loved for his own sake, but whatever is in man is to be loved for God's sake. Therefore happiness consists in no good of the soul. I answer that, as stated above, Question 1, Article 8, the end is twofold, namely the thing itself which we desire to attain, and the use, namely the attainment or possession of that thing. If, then, we speak of man's last end, it is impossible for man's last end to be the soul itself or something belonging to it, because the soul, considered in itself, is as something existing in potentiality, for it becomes knowing actually from being potentially knowing, and actually virtuous from being potentially virtuous. Now, since potentiality is for the sake of act as for its fulfillment, that which in itself is in potentiality cannot be the last end. Therefore the soul itself cannot be its own last end. In like manner, neither can anything belonging to it, whether power, habit, or act. For that good which is the last end is the perfect good fulfilling the desire. Now man's appetite, otherwise the will, is for universal good, and any good inherent to the soul is a participated good, and consequently a portioned good. Therefore none of them can be man's last end. But if we speak of man's last end as to the attainment or possession thereof, or as to any use whatever of the thing itself desired as an end, thus does something of man in respect of his soul belong to his last end, since man attains happiness through his soul. Therefore the thing itself which is desired as end is that which constitutes happiness and makes man happy. But the attainment of this thing is called happiness. Consequently we must say that happiness is something belonging to the soul, but that which constitutes happiness is something outside the soul. Reply Objection 1. Inasmuch as this division includes all goods that man can desire, thus the good of the soul is not only power, habit, or act, but also the object of these, which is something outside, and in this way nothing hinders us from saying that what constitutes happiness is a good of the soul. Reply Objection 2. As far as the proposed objection is concerned, happiness is loved above all, as the good desired, whereas a friend is loved as that for which good is desired. And thus, too, man loves himself. Consequently, it is not the same kind of love in both cases. As to whether man loves anything more than himself with the love of friendship, there will be occasion to inquire when we treat of charity. Reply Objection 3. Happiness itself, since it is a perfection of the soul, is an inherent good of the soul. But that which constitutes happiness, that is, which makes man happy, is something outside his soul, as stated above. 8th Article. Whether any created good constitutes man's happiness. Objection 1. It would seem that some created good constitutes man's happiness. For Dionysius says, Divine Names 7, that divine wisdom unites the end of first things to the beginnings of second things, from which we may gather that the summit of a lower nature touches the base of the higher nature. But man's highest good is happiness. Since, then, the angel is above man in the order of nature, as stated in the first part, Question 111, Article 1, it seems that man's happiness consists in man somehow reaching the angel. Objection 2. Further, the last end of each thing is that which in relation to it is perfect. Hence the part is for the whole as for its end. But the universe of creatures, which is called the macrocosm, is compared to man, who is called the microcosm, Physics 8:2, as perfect to imperfect. Therefore man's happiness consists in the whole universe of creatures. Objection 3. Further, man is made happy by that which lulls his natural desire, but man's natural desire does not reach out to a good surpassing his capacity, since then man's capacity does not include that good which surpasses the limits of all creation, It seems that man can be made happy by some created good. Consequently, some created good constitutes man's happiness. On the contrary, Augustine says, The City of God, 19:26, as the soul is the life of the body, so God is man's life of happiness, of whom it is written, Happy is that people, whose God is the Lord. Psalm 143:15. I answer that it is impossible for any created good to constitute man's happiness, for happiness is the perfect good which lulls the appetite altogether, else it would not be the last end, if something yet remained to be desired. Now the object of the will, i.e. of man's appetite, is the universal good, just as the object of the intellect is the universal true. Hence it is evident that naught can lull man's will, save the universal good. This is to be found not in any creature, but in God alone, because every creature has goodness by participation. Wherefore God alone can satisfy the will of man, according to the words of Psalm 102:5, Who satisfieth thy desire with good things? Therefore God alone constitutes man's happiness. Reply Objection 1. The summit of man does indeed touch the base of the angelic nature, by a kind of likeness, but man does not rest there, as in his last end, but reaches out to the universal fount itself of good, which is the common object of happiness of all the blessed, as being the infinite and perfect good. Reply Objection 2. If a whole be not the last end, but ordained to a further end, then the last end of a part thereof is not the whole itself, but something else. Now the universe of creatures, to which man is compared as part to whole, is not the last end, but is ordained to God as to its last end. Therefore the last end of man is not the good of the universe, but God himself. Reply Objection 3. Created good is not less than that good of which man is capable, as of something intrinsic and inherent to him, but it is less than the good of which he is capable, as of an object, and which is infinite. And the participated good which is in an angel and in the whole universe is a finite and restricted good. End of question 2.
Question 3, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by Saint Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 3. What is happiness? In 8 articles. Part 1. We have now to consider 1. What happiness is, and 2. What things are required for it. Concerning the first, there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Whether happiness is something uncreated. 2. If it be something created, whether it is an operation. 3. Whether it is an operation of the sensitive or only of the intellectual part. 4. If it be an operation of the intellectual part, whether it is an operation of the intellect or of the will. 5. If it be an operation of the intellect, whether it is an operation of the speculative or of the practical intellect. 6. If it be an operation of the speculative intellect, whether it consists in the consideration of speculative sciences. 7. Whether it consists in the consideration of separate substances, namely angels. 8. Whether it consists in the sole contemplation of God seen in His essence. First article. 1 to 2, question 3, article 1. Whether happiness is something uncreated? Objection 1. It would seem that happiness is something uncreated. For Boethius says (Consolation of Philosophy 3), we must needs confess that God is happiness itself. Objection 2. Further, happiness is the supreme good, but it belongs to God to be the supreme good. Since, then, there are not several supreme goods, it seems that happiness is the same as God. Obj. 3: Further, happiness is the last end to which man's will tends naturally. But man's will should tend to nothing else as an end but to God, Who alone is to be enjoyed, as Augustine says (De Doctr. Christ. i, 5, 22). Therefore happiness is the same as God. On the contrary, Nothing made is uncreated. But man's happiness is something made, because according to Augustine (De Doctr. Christ. i, 3), those things are to be enjoyed which make us happy. Therefore happiness is not something uncreated. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 1, A. 8; and Q. 2, A. 7), our end is twofold. First, there is the thing itself which we desire to attain: thus for the miser, the end is money. Secondly, there is the attainment or possession, the use or enjoyment of the thing desired. Thus we may say that the end of the miser is the possession of money; and the end of the intemperate man is to enjoy something pleasurable. In the first sense, then, man's last end is the uncreated good, namely, God, Who alone by His infinite goodness can perfectly satisfy man's will. But in the second way, man's last end is something created, existing in him, and this is nothing else than the attainment or enjoyment of the last end. Now the last end is called happiness. If, therefore, we consider man's happiness in its cause or object, then it is something uncreated. But if we consider it as to the very essence of happiness, then it is something created. Reply Obj. 1: God is happiness by His essence. For He is happy not by acquisition or participation of something else, but by His essence. On the other hand, men are happy, as Boethius says (De Consol. iii), by participation; just as they are called gods, by participation. And this participation of happiness, in respect of which man is said to be happy, is something created. Reply Obj. 2: Happiness is called man's supreme good, because it is the attainment or enjoyment of the supreme good. Reply Obj. 3: Happiness is said to be the last end, in the same way as the attainment of the end is called the end. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE (1 to 2, Q. 3, Art. 2) Whether happiness is an operation? Objection 1: It would seem that happiness is not an operation. For the Apostle says (Rom. 6:22): "You have your fruit unto sanctification, and the end, life everlasting." But life is not an operation, but the very being of living things. Therefore the last end, which is happiness, is not an operation. Obj. 2: Further, Boethius says (De Consol. iii) that happiness is a state made perfect by the aggregate of all good things. But state does not indicate operation. Therefore happiness is not an operation. Obj. 3: Further, happiness signifies something existing in the happy one, since it is man's final perfection. But the meaning of operation does not imply anything existing in the operator, but rather something proceeding therefrom. Therefore happiness is not an operation. Obj. 4: Further, happiness remains in the happy one. Now operation does not remain, but passes. Therefore happiness is not an operation. Obj. 5: Further, to one man there is one happiness. but operations are many. Therefore happiness is not an operation. Obj. 6: Further, happiness is in the happy one uninterruptedly. But human operation is often interrupted; for instance, by sleep or some other occupation, or by cessation. Therefore happiness is not an operation. On the contrary, The Philosopher says (Ethic. i, 13) that happiness is an operation according to perfect virtue. I answer that, in so far as man's happiness is something created, existing in him, we must needs say that it is an operation. For happiness is man's supreme perfection. Now each thing is perfect in so far as it is actual, since potentiality without act is imperfect. Consequently happiness must consist in man's last act. But it is evident that operation is the last act of the operator, wherefore the Philosopher calls it "second act" (De Anima ii, 1), because that which has a form can be potentially operating, just as he who knows is potentially considering. And hence it is that in other things too, each one is said to be for its operation (De Coelo ii, 3). Therefore man's happiness must of necessity consist in an operation. Reply Obj. 1: Life is taken in two senses. First, for the very being of the living; and thus happiness is not life: since it has been shown (Q. 2, A. 5) that the being, no matter in what it may consist, is not that man's happiness. For of God alone is it true that His being is His happiness. Secondly, life means the operation of the living, by which operation the principle of life is made actual. Thus we speak of active and contemplative life, or of a life of pleasure. And in this sense eternal life is said to be the last end, as is clear from John 17:3: "This is eternal life, that they may know Thee the only true God." Reply Obj. 2: Boethius, in defining happiness, considered happiness in general. For considered thus it is the perfect common good: and he signified this by saying that happiness is a state made perfect by the aggregate of all good things; thus implying that the state of a happy man consists in possessing the perfect good. But Aristotle expressed the very essence of happiness, showing by what man is established in this state, and that it is by some kind of operation. And so it is that he proves happiness to be the perfect good (Ethic. i, 7). Reply Obj. 3: As stated in Metaph. ix, 7, action is twofold. One proceeds from the agent into outward matter, such as to burn and to cut. And such an operation cannot be happiness: for such an operation is an action and a perfection, not of the agent, but rather of the patient, as is stated in the same passage. The other is an action that remains in the agent, such as to feel, to understand, and to will. And such an action is a perfection and an act of the agent: and such an operation can be happiness. Reply Obj. 4: Since happiness signifies some final perfection, according as various things capable of happiness can attain to various degrees of perfection, so must there be various meanings applied to happiness. For in God there is happiness essentially, since His very being is His operation, whereby He enjoys no other than Himself. In the happy angels the final perfection is in respect of some operation, by which they are united to the uncreated good: and this operation of theirs is one only and everlasting. But in men, according to their present state of life, the final perfection is in respect of an operation whereby man is united to God. But this operation neither can be continual, nor, consequently, is it one only, because operation is multiplied by being discontinued. And for this reason in the present state of life perfect happiness cannot be attained by man. Wherefore the Philosopher, in placing man's happiness in this life (Ethic. i and 10), says that it is imperfect, and after a long discussion concludes: "We call men happy, but only as men. But God has promised us perfect happiness when we shall be as the angels in heaven." Matthew 22:30. Consequently, in regard to this perfect happiness, the objection fails: because in that state of happiness man's mind will be united to God by one continual everlasting operation. But in the present life, in as far as we fall short of the unity and continuity of that operation, so do we fall short of perfect happiness. Nevertheless, it is a participation of happiness, and so much the greater as the operation can be more continuous and more one. Consequently, the active life, which is busy with many things, has less of happiness than the contemplative life, which is busied with one thing, that is the contemplation of truth. And if at any time man is not actually engaged in this operation, yet since he can always easily turn to it, and since he ordains the very cessation, by sleeping or occupying himself otherwise, to the aforesaid occupation, the latter seems, as it were, continuous. From these remarks the replies to objections 5 and 6 are evident. Third Article. 1 to 2, Q. 3, Art. 3. Whether happiness is an operation of the sensitive part or of the intellective part only? Objection 1. It would seem that happiness consists in an operation of the senses also. For there is no more excellent operation in man than that of the senses, except the intellective operation. But in us the intellective operation depends on the sensitive, since we cannot understand without a phantasm (De Anima iii and 7). Therefore happiness consists in an operation of the senses also. Obj. 2: Further, Boethius says (De Consol. iii) that happiness is a state made perfect by the aggregate of all good things. But some goods are sensible, which we attain by the operation of the senses. Therefore it seems that the operation of the senses is needed for happiness. Obj. 3: Further, happiness is the perfect good, as we find proved in Ethic. i and 7: which would not be true, were not man perfected thereby in all his parts. But some parts of the soul are perfected by sensitive operations. Therefore sensitive operation is required for happiness. On the contrary, irrational animals have the sensitive operation in common with us, but they have not happiness in common with us. Therefore happiness does not consist in a sensitive operation. I answer that, A thing may belong to happiness in three ways: 1. Essentially; 2. Antecedently; 3. Consequently. Now the operation of sense cannot belong to happiness essentially. For man's happiness consists essentially in his being united to the uncreated good, which is his last end, as shown above (A. 1). to which man cannot be united by an operation of his senses. Again, in like manner, because, as shown above (Q. 2, A. 5), man's happiness does not consist in goods of the body, which goods alone, however, we attain through the operation of the senses. Nevertheless, the operations of the senses can belong to happiness, both antecedently and consequently. Antecedently, in respect of imperfect happiness, such as can be had in this life, since the operation of the intellect demands a previous operation of the sense. Consequently, in that perfect happiness which we await in heaven, because at the resurrection, from the very happiness of the soul, as Augustine says (Epist. to Dioscorus), the body and the bodily senses will receive a certain overflow, so as to be perfected in their operations: a point which will be explained further on when we treat of the resurrection. Supplement Questions 82 to 85. But then the operation whereby man's mind is united to God will not depend on the senses. Reply Obj. 1. This objection proves that the operation of the senses is required antecedently for imperfect happiness, such as can be had in this life. Reply Obj. 2. Perfect happiness, such as the angels have, includes the aggregate of all good things, by being united to the universal source of all good. Not that it requires each individual good; but in this imperfect happiness we need the aggregate of those goods that suffice for the most perfect operation of this life. Reply Obj. 3. In perfect happiness the entire man is perfected in the lower part of his nature by an overflow from the higher. But in the imperfect happiness of this life it is otherwise: we advance from the perfection of the lower part to the perfection of the higher part. Fourth Article. 1 to 2, Q. 3, Art. 4. Whether, if happiness is in the intellective part, it is an operation of the intellect or of the will? Objection 1. It would seem that happiness consists in an act of the will. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xix, 10, 11) that man's happiness consists in peace: wherefore it is written (Ps. 147:3): "Who hath placed peace in thy end?" Douay, Borders. But peace pertains to the will. Therefore man's happiness is in the will. Obj. 2: Further, happiness is the supreme good. But good is the object of the will. Therefore happiness consists in an operation of the will. Obj. 3: Further, the last end corresponds to the first mover. Thus the last end of the whole army is victory, which is the end of the general who moves all the men. But the first mover in regard to operations is the will, because it moves the other powers, as we shall state further on (Q. 9, AA. 1, 3). Therefore happiness regards the will. Obj. 4: Further, if happiness be an operation, it must needs be man's most excellent operation. But the love of God, which is an act of the will, is a more excellent operation than knowledge, which is an operation of the intellect, as the Apostle declares (1 Corinthians 13). Therefore it seems that happiness consists in an act of the will. Obj. 5: Further, Augustine says (De Trin. xiii, 5) that happy is he who has whatever he desires, and desires nothing amiss. And a little further on 6, he adds: "He is most happy who desires well whatever he desires, for good things make a man happy, and such a man already possesses some good," that is, a good will. Therefore happiness consists in an act of the will. On the contrary, Our Lord said (John 17:3): "This is eternal life, that they may know Thee, the only true God." Now eternal life is the last end, as stated above (A. 2 ad 1). Therefore man's happiness consists in the knowledge of God, which is an act of the intellect. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 2, A. 6), two things are needed for happiness: one, which is the essence of happiness; the other, that is, as it were, its proper accident, that is, the delight connected with it. I say, then, that as to the very essence of happiness, it is impossible for it to consist in an act of the will. For it is evident from what has been said (Articles 1 and 2, and Q. 2, A. 7), that happiness is the attainment of the last end. But the attainment of the end does not consist in the very act of the will: for the will is directed to the end, both absent, when it desires it, and present, when it is delighted by resting therein. Now it is evident that the desire itself of the end is not the attainment of the end, but is a movement towards the end: while delight comes to the will from the end being present, and not conversely, is a thing made present by the fact that the will delights in it. Therefore, that the end be present to him who desires it, must be due to something else than an act of the will. This is evidently the case in regard to sensible ends. For if the acquisition of money were through an act of the will, the covetous man would have it from the very moment that he wished for it. But at the moment it is far from him, and he attains it by grasping it in his hand or in some like manner, and then he delights in the money got. And so it is with an intelligible end. For at first we desire to attain an intelligible end; we attain it through its being made present to us by an act of the intellect, and then the delighted will rests in the end when attained. So therefore the essence of happiness consists in an act of the intellect, but the delight that results from happiness pertains to the will. In this sense Augustine says (Confess. x and 23) that happiness is joy in truth, because, to wit, joy itself is the consummation of happiness. Reply Obj. 1: Peace pertains to man's last end, not as though it were the very essence of happiness, but because it is antecedent and consequent thereto: antecedent in so far as all those things are removed which disturb and hinder man in attaining the last end; consequent inasmuch as when man has attained his last end, he remains at peace, his desire being at rest. Reply Obj. 2: The will's first object is not its act; just as neither is the first object of the sight vision, but a visible thing. Wherefore from the very fact that happiness belongs to the will as the will's first object, it follows that it does not belong to it as its act. Reply Obj. 3: The intellect apprehends the end before the will does: yet motion towards the end begins in the will; and therefore to the will belongs that which last of all follows the attainment of the end, namely, delight or enjoyment. Reply Obj. 4: Love ranks above knowledge in moving, but knowledge precedes love in attaining. For naught is loved save what is known, as Augustine says (De Trin. x, 1). Consequently, we first attain an intelligible end by an act of the intellect, just as we first attain a sensible end by an act of sense. Reply Obj. 5: He who has whatever he desires is happy because he has what he desires: and this indeed is by something other than the act of his will. But to desire nothing amiss is needed for happiness, as a necessary disposition thereto: and a good will is reckoned among the good things, which make a man happy, forasmuch as it is an inclination of the will, just as a movement is reduced to the genus of its terminus, for instance alteration to the genus quality. End of question 3, part 1. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California.
Question 3, Part 2 of Summa Theologica, Parts Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Parts Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 3. What is happiness? Part 2. Article 5. Whether happiness is an operation of the speculative or of the practical intellect. Objection 1. It would seem that happiness is an operation of the practical intellect. For the end of every creature consists in becoming like God, but man is like God by his practical intellect, which is the cause of things understood, rather than by his speculative intellect, which derives its knowledge from things. Therefore, man's happiness consists in an operation of the practical intellect rather than of the speculative. Objection 2. Further, happiness is man's perfect good, but the practical intellect is ordained to the good rather than the speculative intellect, which is ordained to the true. Hence we are said to be good, in reference to the perfection of the practical intellect, but not in reference to the perfection of the speculative intellect, according to which we are said to be knowing or understanding. Therefore, man's happiness consists in an act of the practical intellect rather than of the speculative. Objection 3. Further, happiness is a good of man himself, but the speculative intellect is more concerned with things outside man, whereas the practical intellect is concerned with things belonging to man himself, namely his operations and passions. Therefore, man's happiness consists in an operation of the practical intellect rather than of the speculative. On the contrary, Augustine says, on Trinity 1:8, that contemplation is promised us as being the goal of all our actions and the everlasting perfection of our joys. I answer that happiness consists in an operation of speculative rather than of the practical intellect. This is evident for 3 reasons. First, because if man's happiness is an operation, it must needs be man's highest operation. Now, man's highest operation is that of his highest power in respect of his highest object, and his highest power is the intellect, whose highest object is the divine good, which is the object, not of the practical, but of the speculative intellect. Consequently, happiness consists principally in such an operation, namely, in the contemplation of divine things. And since that seems to be each man's self, which is best in him according to Ethics 9:8 and 10:7, therefore such an operation is most proper to man and most delightful to him. Secondly, it is evident from the fact that contemplation is sought principally for its own sake, but the act of the practical intellect is not sought for its own sake, but for the sake of action, and these very actions are ordained to some end. Consequently, it is evident that the last end cannot consist in the active life, which pertains to the practical intellect. Thirdly, it is again evident, from the fact that in the contemplative life man has something in common with things above him, namely with God and the angels, to whom he is made like by happiness. But in things pertaining to the active life, other animals also have something in common with man, although imperfectly. Therefore the last and perfect happiness, which we await in the life to come, consists entirely in contemplation. But imperfect happiness, such as can be had here, consists first and principally in an operation of the practical intellect directing human actions and passions, as stated in Ethics 10, 7, 8. Reply Obj. 1. The asserted likeness of the practical intellect to God is one of proportion, that is to say, by reason of its standing in relation to what it knows, as God does to what he knows. But the likeness of the speculative intellect to God is one of union and information, which is a much greater likeness. And yet it may be answered that, in regard to the principal thing known, which is its essence, God has not practical but merely speculative knowledge. Reply Obj. 2. The practical intellect is ordained good which is outside of it, but the speculative intellect has good within it, namely, the contemplation of truth. And if this good be perfect, the whole man is perfected and made good thereby. Such a good the practical intellect has not, but it directs man thereto. Reply Obj. 3. This argument will hold if man himself were his own last end, for then the consideration and direction of his actions and passions would be his happiness. But since man's last end is in something outside of him, to wit, God, to whom we reach out by an operation of the speculative intellect, therefore man's happiness consists in an operation of the speculative intellect rather than of the practical intellect. Article 6 of Question 3. Whether happiness consists in the consideration of speculative sciences. Objection 1. It would seem that man's happiness consists in the consideration of speculative sciences. For this philosopher says, Ethics 1:13, that happiness is an operation according to perfect virtue, and in distinguishing the virtue he gives no more than three speculative virtues: knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, which all belong to the consideration of speculative sciences. Therefore man's final happiness consists in the consideration of speculative sciences. Objection 2. Further, that which all desire for its own sake seems to be man's final happiness. Now such is the consideration of speculative sciences, because, as stated in Metaphysics 1:1, all men actually desire to know, and a little farther on, it is stated that speculative sciences are sought for their own sakes. Therefore happiness consists in the consideration of speculative sciences. Objection 3. Further, happiness is man's final perfection. Now everything is perfected according as it is reduced from potentiality to act. But the human intellect is reduced to act by the consideration of the speculative sciences. Therefore it seems that in the consideration of these sciences man's final happiness consists. On the contrary, it is written, Jeremiah 9:23, "Let not the wise man glory in his wisdom," and this is said in reference to speculative sciences. Therefore man's final happiness does not consist in the consideration of these. I answer that, as stated above, Article 2-4, man's happiness is twofold, one perfect, the other imperfect. And by perfect happiness we are to understand that which attains to the true notion of happiness, and by imperfect happiness that which does not attain thereto, but partakes of some particular likeness of happiness. Thus perfect prudence is in man, with whom is the idea of things to be done, while imperfect prudence is in certain rational animals, who are possessed of certain particular instincts in respect of works similar to works of prudence. Accordingly, perfect happiness cannot consist essentially in the consideration of speculative sciences. To prove this, we must observe that the consideration of speculative science does not extend beyond the scope of the principles of that science, since the entire science is virtually contained in its principles. Now, the first principles of the speculative sciences are received through the senses, as the philosopher clearly states at the beginning of the Metaphysics 1:1, and at the end of the Posterior Analytics 2:15. Wherefore the entire consideration of speculative sciences cannot extend farther than knowledge of sensibles can lead. Now man's final happiness, which is his final perfection, cannot consist in the knowledge of sensibles, for a thing is not perfected by something lower, except in so far as the lower partakes of something higher. Now it is evident that the form of a stone or of any sensible is lower than man. Consequently, the intellect is not perfected by the form of a stone as such, But inasmuch as it partakes of certain likeness to that which is above the human intellect, namely, the intelligible light, or something of the kind. Now, whatever is by something else is reduced to that which is of itself. Therefore, man's final perfection must needs be through knowledge of something above the human intellect. But it has been shown, 1. Question 88, Article 2, that man cannot acquire through sensibles the knowledge of separate substances which are above the human intellect. Consequently, it follows that man's happiness cannot consist in the consideration of speculative sciences. However, just as in sensible forms there is a participation of the higher substances, so the consideration of speculative sciences is a certain participation of true and perfect happiness. Reply Obj. 1. In his book on ethics, the philosopher treats of imperfect happiness, such as can be had in this life, as stated above. Article 2-4. Reply Obj. 2. Not only is perfect happiness naturally desired, but also any likeness or participation thereof. Reply Obj. 3. Our intellect is reduced to act in a fashion by the consideration of speculative sciences, but not to its final and perfect act. Article 7 of Question 3. Whether happiness consists in the knowledge of separate substances, namely angels? Objection 1. It would seem that man's happiness consists in the knowledge of separate substances, namely angels. For Gregory says in the homily, "It avails nothing to take part in the feasts of men if we fail to take part in the feasts of angels," by which he means final happiness. But we can take part in the feasts of the angels by contemplating them. Therefore it seems that man's final happiness consists in contemplating the angels. Objection 2. Further, the final perfection of each thing is for it to be united to its principle, wherefore a circle is said to be a perfect figure, because its beginning and end coincide. The beginning of human knowledge is from the angels, by whom men are enlightened, as Dionysius says. Therefore the perfection of the human intellect consists in contemplating the angels. Objection 3. Further, each nature is perfect, when united to high nature, just as the final perfection of a body is to be united to the spiritual nature. But above the human intellect, in the natural order, are the angels. Therefore the final perfection of the human intellect is to be united to angels by contemplation. On the contrary, it is written, Jeremiah 9:24, "Let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me." Therefore man's final glory or happiness consists only in the knowledge of God. I answer that, as stated above, Article 6, man's perfect happiness consists not in that which perfects intellect by some participation, but in that which is so by its essence. Now it is evident that whatever is perfection of a power is so in so far as the proper form or object of that power belongs to it. Now the proper object of the intellect is the true. Therefore the contemplation of whatever has participated truth does not perfect intellect with its final perfection. Since therefore the order of things is the same in being and in truth, Metaphysics 2:1, whatever are beings by participation are true by participation. Now angels have been by participation, because in God alone this has been his essence, as shown in the first part, question 44, Article 1. It follows that contemplation of him makes man perfectly happy. However, there is no reason why we should not admit a certain imperfect happiness in the contemplation of the angels, and higher indeed than in the consideration of speculative science. Reply Obj. 1. We shall take part in the feasts of the angels, by contemplating not only the angels, but together with them also God himself. Reply Obj. 2. According to those that hold human souls to be created by the angels, it seems fitting enough that man's happiness should consist in the contemplation of the angels, in the union, as it were, of man with his beginning. But this is erroneous, as stated in the first part, question 90, Article 3. Wherefore the final perfection of the human intellect is by union with God, who is the first principle both of the creation of the soul and of its enlightenment, whereas the angel enlightens as minister, as stated in the first part, question 111, Article 2. Consequently, by his ministration he helps man to attain to happiness, but he is not the object of man's happiness. Reply Obj. 3. The lower nature may reach high in two ways. First, according to a degree of the participating power, and thus man's final perfection will consist in his attaining to a contemplation such as that of the angels. Secondly, as the object is attained by the power, and thus the final perfection of each power is to attain that in which is found the fullness of its formal object. Question 3, Article 8. Whether man's happiness consists in the vision of the divine essence? Objection 1. It would seem that man's happiness does not consist in the vision of the divine essence. For Dionysius says that by that which is highest in his intellect, man is united to God as to something altogether unknown. But that which is seen in its essence is not altogether unknown. Therefore the final perfection of intellect, namely happiness, does not consist in God being seen in its essence. Objection 2. Further, the high perfection belongs to higher nature, but to see his own essence intellect. Therefore the final perfection of the human intellect does not reach to this, but consists in something less. On the contrary, it is written, the 1 John 3:2, when he shall appear, we shall be like to him, and we shall see him as he is. I answer that final and perfect happiness can consist in nothing else than the vision of the divine essence. To make this clear, 2 points must be observed. First, that man is not perfectly happy so long as something remains for him to desire and seek. Secondly, that the perfection of any power is determined by the nature of its object. Now the object of the intellect is what a thing is. It is the essence of a thing, according to De Anima 3:6. Wherefore the intellect attains perfection in so far as it knows the essence of the thing. If therefore an intellect knows the essence of some effect, whereby it is not possible to know the essence of the cause, it is to know of the cause what it is, that intellect cannot be said to reach that cause simply, although it may be able to gather from the effect the knowledge that the cause is. Consequently, when man knows an effect and knows that it has a cause, there naturally remains in the man the desire to know about the cause what it is. And this desire is one of wonder and causes inquiry, as is stated in the beginning of the Metaphysics 1:2. For instance, if a man, knowing the eclipse of the sun, consider that it must be due to some cause, and know not what that cause is, he wonders about it, and from wondering proceeds to inquire, nor does this inquiry cease until he arrive at the knowledge of the essence of the cause. If therefore the human intellect, knowing the essence of some created effect, knows no more of God than that he is, the perfection of that intellect does not yet reach simply the first cause, but there remains in it the natural desire to seek the cause. Wherefore it is consequently, for perfect happiness, the intellect needs to reach the very essence of the first cause, and thus it will have its perfection through union with God as with that object in which alone man's happiness consists, as stated above. Reply Obj. 1. Dionysius speaks of the knowledge of warfare as journeying towards happiness. Reply Obj. 2. As stated above, question 1, who in understanding his essence comprehends it, is higher than that of a man or angel who sees it indeed but comprehends it not. That of a man or angel who sees it indeed but comprehends it not. End of question 3, part 2.
Theologica, pars prima secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Summa Theologica, pars prima secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 4. Of those things that are required for happiness, in 8 articles. We have now to consider those things that are required for happiness, and concerning this there are 8 points of inquiry. Is required for happiness. 2. Which is of greater account in happiness, delight or vision. 3. Whether comprehension is required. 4. Whether rectitude of the will is required. 5. Whether the body is necessary for man's happiness. 6. Whether any perfection of the body is necessary. 7. Whether any external goods are necessary. 8. Whether the fellowship of friends is necessary. First article. Whether delight is required for happiness. Objection 1. It would seem that delight is not required for happiness. For Augustine says De Trin. i, 8 that vision is the entire reward of faith. But the prize or reward of virtue is happiness, as the Philosopher clearly states (Ethic. i, 9). Therefore nothing besides vision is required for happiness. Obj. 2: Further, happiness is "the most self-sufficient of all goods," as the Philosopher declares (Ethic. i, 8). But that which needs something else is not self-sufficient. Since then the essence of happiness consists in seeing God, as stated above (Q. 3, A. 8), it seems that delight is not necessary for happiness. Obj. 3: Further, the operation of bliss or happiness should be unhindered (Ethic. vii, 13). But delight hinders the operation of the intellect, since it destroys the estimate of prudence (Ethic. vi, 5). Therefore delight is not necessary for happiness. On the contrary, Augustine says (Confess. x, 23) that happiness is joy in truth. I answer that, One thing may be necessary for another in four ways. First, as a preamble and preparation to it: thus instruction is necessary for science. Secondly, as perfecting it: thus the soul is necessary for the life of the body. Thirdly, as helping it from without: thus friends are necessary for some undertaking. Fourthly, as something attendant on it: thus we might say that heat is necessary for fire. And in this way delight is necessary for happiness: for it is caused by the appetite being at rest in the good attained. Wherefore, since happiness is nothing else but the attainment of the sovereign good, it cannot be without concomitant delight. Reply Obj. 1: From the very fact that a reward is given to anyone, the will of him who deserves it is at rest, and in this consists delight. Consequently delight is included in the very notion of reward. Reply Obj. 2: The very sight of God causes delight. Consequently he who sees God cannot need delight. Reply Obj. 3: Delight that is attendant upon the operation of the intellect does not hinder it, rather does it perfect it, as stated in Ethic. x, 4, since what we do with delight we do with greater care and perseverance. On the other hand, delight which is extraneous to the operation is a hindrance thereto, sometimes by distracting the attention, because, as already observed, we are more attentive to those things that delight us, and when we are very attentive to one thing, we must needs be less attentive to another, sometimes on account of opposition. Thus a sensual delight that is contrary to reason hinders the estimate of prudence more than it hinders the estimate of the speculative intellect. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE. Whether in happiness vision ranks before delight? Objection 1: It would seem that in happiness delight ranks before vision. For delight is the perfection of operation (Ethic. x, 4). But perfection ranks before the thing perfected. Therefore delight ranks before the operation of the intellect, i.e. vision. Obj. 2: Further, that by reason of which a thing is desirable, is yet more desirable. But operations are desired on account of the delight they afford. Hence, too, nature has adjusted delight to those operations which are necessary for the preservation of the individual and of the species, lest animals should disregard such operations. Therefore in happiness delight ranks before the operation of the intellect, which is vision. Obj. 3: Further, vision corresponds to faith, while delight or enjoyment corresponds to charity. But charity ranks before faith, as the Apostle says (1 Cor. 13:13). Therefore delight or enjoyment ranks before vision. On the contrary, The cause is greater than its effect. But vision is the cause of delight. Therefore vision ranks before delight. I answer that, The Philosopher discusses this question (Ethic. x, 4) and leaves it unsolved. But if one consider the matter carefully, the operation of the intellect, which is vision, must needs rank before delight. For delight consists in a certain repose of the will. Now that the will finds rest in anything, can only be on account of the goodness of that thing in which it reposes. If therefore the will reposes in an operation, the will's repose is caused by the goodness of the operation. Nor does the will seek good for the sake of repose, for thus the very act of the will would be the end; which has been disproved above Question 1, Articles 1 and 2. Question 3, Article 4. But it seeks to be at rest in the operation, because that operation is its good. Consequently it is evident that the operation in which the will reposes ranks before the resting of the will therein. Reply Obj. 1: As the Philosopher says (Ethic. x, 4), delight perfects operation as vigor perfects youth; because it is a result of youth. Consequently delight is a perfection attendant upon vision, but not a perfection whereby vision is made perfect in its own species. Reply Obj. 2: The apprehension of the senses does not attain to the universal good, but to some particular good which is delightful. And consequently, according to the sensitive appetite which is in animals, operations are sought for the sake of delight. But the intellect apprehends the universal good, the attainment of which results in delight; wherefore its purpose is directed to good rather than to delight. Hence it is that the Divine intellect, which is the author of nature, adjusted delights to operations on account of the operations. And we should form our estimate of things not simply according to the order of the sensitive appetite, but rather according to the order of the intellectual appetite. Reply Obj. 3: Charity does not seek the beloved good for the sake of delight. It is for charity a consequence that it delights in the good gained which it loves. Thus delight does not answer to charity as its end, but vision does, whereby the end is first made present to charity. Third Article: Whether comprehension is necessary for happiness? Objection 1: It would seem that comprehension is not necessary for happiness. For Augustine says (Ep. to Paulina on Seeing God, cross-reference Sermon 113 on the Word of God): "To reach God with the mind is happiness; to comprehend Him is impossible." Therefore happiness is without comprehension. Obj. 2: Further, happiness is the perfection of man as to his intellective part, wherein there are no other powers than the intellect and will, as stated in the First Part (QQ. 79 and following). But the intellect is sufficiently perfected by seeing God, and the will by enjoying Him. Therefore there is no need for comprehension as a third. Obj. 3: Further, happiness consists in an operation. But operations are determined by their objects; and there are two universal objects, the true and the good, of which the true corresponds to vision, and the good to delight. Therefore there is no need for comprehension as a third. On the contrary, The Apostle says (1 Cor. 9:24): "So run that you may comprehend, douay, obtain." But happiness is the goal of the spiritual race; hence he says (2 Tim. 4:7, 8): "I have fought a good fight, I have finished my course, I have kept the faith; as to the rest there is laid up for me a crown of justice." Therefore comprehension is necessary for happiness. I answer that, since happiness consists in gaining the last end, those things that are required for happiness must be gathered from the way in which man is ordered to an end. Now man is ordered to an intelligible end partly through his intellect, and partly through his will. Through his intellect, in so far as a certain imperfect knowledge of the end pre-exists in the intellect; through the will, first by love, which is the will's first movement towards anything; secondly by a real relation of the lover to the thing beloved, which relation may be threefold. For sometimes the thing beloved is present to the lover, and then it is no longer sought for. Sometimes it is not present, and it is impossible to attain it, and then too it is not sought for. But sometimes it is possible to attain it, yet it is raised above the capability of the attainer, so that he cannot have it forthwith: and this is the relation of one that hopes, to that which he hopes for, and this relation alone causes a search for the end. To these three there are a corresponding three in happiness itself. For perfect knowledge of the end corresponds to imperfect knowledge; presence of the end corresponds to the relation of hope; but delight in the end now present results from love, as already stated (Articles 2 and 3). And therefore these three must concur with happiness, to wit, vision, which is perfect knowledge of the intelligible end; comprehension, which implies presence of the end; and delight or enjoyment, which implies repose of the lover in the object beloved. Reply Obj. 1: Comprehension is twofold. First, inclusion of the comprehended in the comprehensor; and thus whatever is comprehended by the finite is itself finite. Wherefore God cannot be thus comprehended by a created intellect. Secondly, comprehension means nothing but the holding of something already present and possessed. Thus one who runs after another is said to comprehend (in English we should say catch) him when he lays hold on him. And in this sense comprehension is necessary for happiness. Reply Obj. 2: Just as hope and love pertain to the will because it is the same one that loves a thing, and that tends towards it while not possessed, so too comprehension and delight belong to the will, since it is the same that possesses a thing and reposes therein. Reply Obj. 3: Comprehension is not a distinct operation from vision, but a certain relation to the end already gained. Wherefore even vision itself, or the thing seen, inasmuch as it is present, is the object of comprehension. _Fourth Article. Whether rectitude of the will is necessary for happiness? Objection 1: It would seem that rectitude of the will is not necessary for happiness. For happiness consists essentially in an operation of the intellect, as stated above (Q. 3, A. 4). But rectitude of the will, by reason of which men are said to be clean of heart, is not necessary for the perfect operation of the intellect. For Augustine says (Retract. i, 4): "I do not approve of what I said in a prayer, O God, who didst will none but the clean of heart to know the truth: for it can be answered that many who are not clean of heart know many truths." Therefore rectitude of the will is not necessary for happiness. Obj. 2: Further, what precedes does not depend on what follows. But the operation of the intellect precedes the operation of the will. Therefore happiness, which is the perfect operation of the intellect, does not depend on rectitude of the will. Obj. 3: Further, that which is ordained to another as its end, is not necessary when the end is already gained; as a ship, for instance, after arrival in port. But rectitude of the will, which is by reason of virtue, is ordained to happiness as to its end. Therefore happiness once obtained, rectitude of the will is no longer necessary. On the contrary, It is written (Matt. 5:8): "Blessed are the clean of heart, for they shall see God"; and Heb. 12:14: "Follow peace with all men and holiness, without which no man shall see God." I answer that, Rectitude of will is necessary for happiness both antecedently and concomitantly. Antecedently, because rectitude of the will consists in being duly ordered to the last end. Now the end in comparison to what is ordained to the end is as form compared to matter. Wherefore, just as matter cannot receive a form, unless it be duly disposed thereto, so nothing gains an end, except it be duly ordained thereto. And therefore none can obtain happiness without rectitude of the will. Concomitantly, because, as stated above (Q. 3, A. 8), final happiness consists in the vision of the Divine Essence, which is the very essence of goodness. So that the will of him who sees the essence of God, of necessity, loves whatever he loves, in subordination to God; just as the will of him who sees not God's essence, of necessity, loves whatever he loves, under the common notion of good which he knows. And this is precisely what makes the will right. Wherefore it is evident that happiness cannot be without a right will. Reply Obj. 1: Augustine is speaking of knowledge of truth that is not the essence of goodness itself. Reply Obj. 2: Every act of the will is preceded by an act of the intellect. But a certain act of the will precedes a certain act of the intellect. For the will tends to the final act of the intellect, which is happiness. And consequently right inclination of the will is required antecedently for happiness, just as the arrow must take a right course in order to strike the target. Reply Obj. 3: Not everything that is ordained to the end ceases with the getting of the end, but only that which involves imperfection, such as movement. Hence the instruments of movement are no longer necessary when the end has been gained, but the due order to the end is necessary. Fifth Article. Whether the body is necessary for man's happiness? Objection 1: It would seem that the body is necessary for happiness. For the perfection of virtue and grace presupposes the perfection of nature. But happiness is the perfection of virtue and grace. Now the soul without the body has not the perfection of nature, since it is naturally a part of human nature, and every part is imperfect while separated from. The soul cannot be happy without the body. Obj. 2: Further, happiness is a perfect operation, as stated above (Q. 3, AA. 2, 5). But perfect operation follows perfect being, since nothing operates except in so far as it is an actual being. Since therefore the soul has not perfect being while it is separated from the body, just as neither has a part while separate from its whole, it seems that the soul cannot be happy without the body. Obj. 3: Further, happiness is the perfection of man. But the soul without the body is not man. Therefore happiness cannot be in the soul separated from the body. Obj. 4: Further, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 13), the operation of bliss, in which operation happiness consists, is not hindered. But the operation of the separate soul is hindered, because, as Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. vii, 35), the soul has a natural desire to rule the body, the result of which is that it is held back, so to speak, from tending with all its might to the heavenward journey, i.e. to the vision of the Divine Essence. Therefore the soul cannot be happy without the body. Obj. 5: Further, happiness is the sufficient good and lulls desire. But this cannot be said of the separated soul, for it yet desires to be united to the body, as Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. vii, 35). Therefore the soul is not happy while separated from the body. Obj. 6: Further, in happiness man is equal to the angels. But the soul without the body is not equal to the angels, as Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. vii, 35). Therefore it is not happy. On the contrary, It is written (Rev. 14:13): "Happy (douay, blessed) are the dead who die in the Lord." I answer that, Happiness is twofold. The one is imperfect, and is had in this life. The other is perfect, consisting in the vision of God. Now it is evident that the body is necessary for the happiness of this life. For the happiness of this life consists in an operation of the intellect, either speculative or practical. And the operation of the intellect in this life cannot be without a phantasm, which is only in a bodily organ, as was shown in the First Part (Q. 84, AA. 6, 7). Consequently that happiness which can be had in this life, depends, in a way, on the body. But as to perfect happiness, which consists in the vision of God, some have maintained that it is not possible to the soul separated from the body, and some have said that the souls of saints, when separated from their bodies, do not attain to that happiness until the day of judgment, when they will receive their bodies back again. And this is shown to be false, both by authority and by reason. By authority, since the Apostle says (2 Cor. 5:6): "While we are in the body, we are absent from the Lord." And he points out the reason of this absence, saying: "For we walk by faith and not by sight." Now from this it is clear that so long as we walk by faith and not by sight, bereft of the vision of the Divine Essence, we are not present to the Lord. But the souls of the saints, separated from their bodies, are in God's presence; wherefore the text continues: "But we are confident and have a good will to be absent from the body, and to be present with the Lord." Whence it is evident that the souls of the saints, separated from their bodies, walk by sight, seeing the essence of God, wherein is true happiness. Again this is made clear by reason. For the intellect needs not the body for its operation, save on account of the phantasms, wherein it looks on the intelligible truth, as stated in the First Part (Q. 84, A. 7). Now it is evident that the Divine Essence cannot be seen by means of phantasms, as stated in the First Part (Q. 12, A. 3). Wherefore, since man's perfect happiness consists in the vision of the Divine Essence, it does not depend upon the body. Consequently, without the body the soul can be happy. We must, however, notice that something may belong to a thing's perfection in two ways. First, as constituting the essence thereof; thus the soul is necessary for man's perfection. Secondly, as necessary for its well-being; thus beauty of body and keenness of perfection belong to man's perfection. Wherefore, though the body does not belong in the first way to the perfection of human happiness, yet it does in the second way. For since operation depends on a thing's nature, the more perfect is the soul in its nature, the more perfectly it has its proper operation, wherein its happiness consists. Hence Augustine, after inquiring the literal meaning of Genesis 7:35, whether that perfect happiness can be ascribed to the souls of the dead separated from their bodies, answers that they cannot see the unchangeable substance, as the blessed angels see it, either for some other more hidden reason, or because they have a natural desire to rule the body. Reply Obj. 1: Happiness is the perfection of the soul on the part of the intellect, in respect of which the soul transcends the organs of the body; but not according as the soul is the natural form of the body. Wherefore the soul retains that natural perfection in respect of which happiness is due to it, though it does not retain that natural perfection in respect of which it is the form of the body. Reply Obj. 2: The relation of the soul to being is not the same as that of other parts. For the being of the whole is not that of any other individual part. Wherefore either the part ceases altogether to be, when the whole is destroyed, just as the parts of an animal, when the animal is destroyed; or, if they remain, they have another actual being, just as a part of a line has another being from that of the whole line. But the human soul retains the being of the composite after the destruction of the body; and this because the being of the form is the same as that of its matter, and this is the being of the composite. Now the soul subsists in its own being, as stated in the First Part (Q. 75, A. 2). It follows therefore that after being separated from the body it has perfect being, and that consequently it can have a perfect operation, although it has not the perfect specific nature. Reply Obj. 3: Happiness belongs to man in respect of his intellect, and therefore since the intellect remains it can have happiness. Thus the teeth of an Ethiopian, in respect of which he is said to be white, can retain their whiteness even after extraction. Reply Obj. 4: One thing is hindered by another in two ways. First, by way of opposition; thus cold hinders the action of heat, and such a hindrance to operation is repugnant to happiness. Secondly, by way of some kind of defect; because, to wit, that which is hindered has not all that is necessary to make it perfect in every way; and such a hindrance to operation is not incompatible with happiness, but prevents it from being perfect in every way. And thus it is that separation from the body is said to hold the soul back from tending with all its might to the vision of the Divine Essence. For the soul desires to enjoy God in such a way that the enjoyment also may overflow into the body as far as possible. And therefore as long as it enjoys God, without the fellowship of the body, its appetite is at rest in that which it has, in such a way that it would still wish the body to attain to its share. Reply Obj. 5: The desire of the separated soul is entirely at rest, as regards the thing desired, since, to wit, it has that which suffices its appetite. But it is not wholly at rest as regards the desirer, since it does not possess that good in every way that it would wish to possess it. Consequently, after the body has been resumed, happiness increases, not in intensity, but in extent. Reply Obj. 6: The statement made (the literal meaning of Genesis 7:35) to the effect that "the souls of the departed see not God as the angels do," is not to be understood as referring to inequality of quantity; because even now some souls of the blessed are raised to the higher orders of the angels, thus seeing God more clearly than the lower angels. But it refers to inequality of proportion; because the angels, even the lowest, have every perfection of happiness that they will ever have, whereas the separated souls of the saints have not. _______________________ SIXTH ARTICLE Whether perfection of the body is necessary for happiness? Objection 1: It would seem that perfection of the body is not necessary for man's perfect happiness. For perfection of the body is a bodily good. But it has been shown above (Q. 2) that happiness does not consist in bodily goods. Therefore no perfect disposition of the body is necessary for man's happiness. Obj. 2: Further, man's happiness consists in the vision of the Divine Essence, as shown above (Q. 3, A. 8). But the body has no part in this operation, as shown above (A. 5). Therefore no disposition of the body is necessary for happiness. Obj. 3: Further, the more intellect is abstracted from the body, the more perfectly it understands. But happiness consists in the most perfect operation of the intellect. Therefore the soul should be abstracted from the body in every way. Therefore in no way is a disposition of the body necessary for happiness. On the contrary, Happiness is the reward of virtue; wherefore it is written John 13:17, "You shall be blessed if you do them." But the reward promised to the saints is not only that they shall see and enjoy God, but also that their bodies should be well disposed, for it is written (Isaiah 66:14), "You shall see and your heart shall rejoice and your bones shall flourish like a herb." Therefore a good disposition of the body is necessary for happiness. I answer that, if we speak of that happiness which man can acquire in this life, it is evident that a well-disposed body is of necessity required for it. For this happiness consists, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. I, 13), in an operation according to perfect virtue; and it is clear that man can be hindered, by indisposition of the body, from every operation of virtue. But speaking of perfect happiness, some have maintained that no disposition of body is necessary for happiness; indeed, that it is necessary for the soul to be entirely separated from the body. Hence Augustine (De Civ. Dei xxii, 26) quotes the words of Porphyry, who said that for the soul to be happy it must be severed from everything corporeal. But this is unreasonable. For since it is natural to the soul to be united to the body, it is not possible for the perfection of the soul to exclude its natural perfection. Consequently we must say that perfect disposition of the body is necessary, both antecedently and consequently, for that happiness which is in all ways perfect. Antecedently, because, as Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. vii, 35), if the body be such that the governance thereof is difficult and burdensome, like unto flesh which is corruptible and weighs upon the soul, the mind is turned away from that vision of the highest heaven. Whence he concludes that, when this body will no longer be natural but spiritual, then will it be equalled to the angels, and that will be its glory, which erstwhile was its burden. Consequently, because from the happiness of the soul there will be an overflow on to the body, so that this too will obtain its perfection. Hence Augustine says (De Letter to Dioscorus) that God gave the soul such a powerful nature that from its exceeding fullness of happiness the vigor of incorruption overflows into the lower nature. Reply Obj. 1: Happiness does not consist in bodily good as its object, but bodily good can add a certain charm and perfection to happiness. Reply Obj. 2: Although the body has no part in that operation of the intellect whereby the essence of God is seen, yet it might prove a hindrance thereto. Consequently perfection of the body is necessary, lest it hinder the mind from being lifted up. Reply Obj. 3: The perfect operation of the intellect requires indeed that the intellect be abstracted from this corruptible body which weighs upon the soul, but not from the spiritual body, which will be wholly subject to the spirit. On this point we shall treat in the third part of this work. Supplement Question 82 and following. _Seventh Article. Whether any external goods are necessary for happiness? Objection 1: It would seem that external goods are also necessary for happiness. For that which is promised the saints for reward belongs to happiness. But external goods are promised the saints, for instance, food and drink, wealth, and a kingdom. For it is said (Luke 22:30) that you may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom; and Matthew 6:20, lay up to yourselves treasures in heaven; and Matthew 25:34, come, ye blessed of my Father, possess you the kingdom. Therefore external goods are necessary for happiness. Obj. 2: Further, according to Boethius (De Consol. iii), happiness is a state made perfect by the aggregate of all good things. But some of man's goods are external, although they be of least account, as Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. ii, 19). Therefore they too are necessary for happiness. Obj. 3: Further, our Lord said (Matt. 5:12): "Your reward is very great in heaven." But to be in heaven implies being in a place. Therefore at least external place is necessary for happiness. On the contrary, It is written (Ps. 72:25): "For what have I in heaven? And besides thee what do I desire upon earth?" As though to say: I desire nothing but this: it is good for me to adhere to my God. Therefore nothing further external is necessary for happiness. I answer that, for imperfect happiness such as can be had in this life, external goods are necessary, not as belonging to the essence of happiness, but by serving as instruments to happiness, which consists in an operation of virtue, as stated in Ethic. I, 13. For man needs in this life the necessaries of the body, both for the operation of contemplative virtue, and for the operation of active virtue, for which latter he needs also many other things by means of which to perform its operations. On the other hand, such goods as these are no wise necessary for perfect happiness, which consists in seeing God. The reason of this is that all such like external goods are requisite either for the support of the animal body, or for certain operations which belong to human life, which we perform by means of the animal body; whereas that perfect happiness which consists in seeing God will be either in the soul separated from the body, or in the soul united to the body, then no longer animal but spiritual. Consequently these external goods are no wise necessary for that happiness, since they are ordained to the animal life. And since in this life the felicity of contemplation, as being more godlike, approaches nearer than that of action to the likeness of that perfect happiness, therefore it stands in less need of these goods of the body, as stated in Ethic. x, 8. Reply Obj. 1: All those material promises contained in Holy Scripture are to be understood metaphorically, inasmuch as Scripture is wont to express spiritual things under the form of things corporeal, in order that from things we know we may rise to the desire of things unknown, as Gregory says (Hom. xi on the Gospels). Thus food and drink signify the delight of happiness; wealth, the sufficiency of God for man; the kingdom, the lifting up of man to union with God. Reply Obj. 2: These goods that serve for the animal life are incompatible with that spiritual life wherein perfect happiness consists. Nevertheless in that happiness there will be the aggregate of all good things, because whatever good there be in these things, we shall possess it all in the supreme fount of goodness. Reply Obj. 3: According to Augustine (De Serm. Dom. in Monte i, 5), it is not material heaven that is described as the reward of the saints, but a heaven raised on the height of spiritual goods. Nevertheless a bodily place, viz. the empyrean heaven, will be appointed to the blessed, not as a need of happiness, but by reason of a certain fitness and adornment. _______________________ EIGHTH ARTICLE Whether the fellowship of friends is necessary for happiness? Objection 1: It would seem that friends are necessary for happiness. For future happiness is frequently designated by the Scripture under the name of glory. But glory consists in man's good being brought to the notice of many. Therefore fellowship of friends is necessary for happiness. Obj. 2: Further, Boethius (Seneca, Ep. 6) says that there is no delight in possessing any good whatever without someone to share it with us. But delight is necessary for happiness. Therefore fellowship of friends is also necessary. Obj. 3: Further, charity is perfected in happiness. But charity includes the love of God and of our neighbor. Therefore it seems that fellowship of friends is necessary for happiness. On the contrary, It is written (Wis. 7:11): "All good things came to me together with her," i.e. with Divine wisdom, which consists in contemplating God. Consequently nothing else is necessary for happiness. I answer that, If we speak of the happiness of this life, the happy man needs friends, as the Philosopher says (Ethic. ix, 9), not indeed to make use of them, since he suffices himself; nor to delight in them, since he possesses perfect delight in the operation of virtue; but for the purpose of a good operation, viz. that he may do good to them; that he may delight in seeing them do good; and again that he may be helped by them in his good work. For in order that man may do well, whether in the works of the active life, or in those of the contemplative life, he needs the fellowship of friends. But if we speak of perfect happiness which will be in our heavenly fatherland, the fellowship of friends is not essential to happiness, since man has the entire fullness of his perfection in God. But the fellowship of friends conduces to the well-being of happiness. Hence Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. viii, 25) that the spiritual creature receives no other interior aid to happiness than the eternity, truth, and charity of the Creator. But if they can be said to be helped from without, perhaps it is only by this that they see one another and rejoice in God at their fellowship. Reply Obj. 1: That glory which is essential to happiness is that which man has, not with man but with God. Reply Obj. 2: This saying is to be understood of the possession of good that does not fully satisfy. This does not apply to the question under consideration, because man possesses in God a sufficiency for every good. Reply Obj. 3: Perfection of charity is essential to happiness, as to the love of God, but not as to the love of our neighbor. Wherefore if there were but one soul enjoying God, it would be happy, though having no neighbor to love. But supposing one neighbor to be there, love of him results from perfect love of God. Consequently, friendship is, as it were, concomitant with perfect happiness. End of question 4.
Question 5 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 5 of the attainment of happiness, in 8 articles. We must now consider the attainment of happiness. Under this heading there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Whether man can attain happiness. 2. Whether one man can be happier than another. 3. Whether any man can be happy in this life. 4. Whether happiness once had can be lost. 5. Whether man can attain happiness by means of his natural powers. 6. Whether man attains happiness through the action of some higher creature. 7. Whether any actions of man are necessary in order that man may attain happiness of God. 8. Whether every man desires happiness. First article. Whether man can attain happiness? Objection 1. It would seem that man cannot attain happiness. For just as the rational is above the sensible nature, so the intellectual is above the rational, as Dionysius declares (Divine Names 4, 6, 7) in several passages. But irrational animals, that have the sensitive nature only, cannot attain the end of the rational nature. Therefore neither can man, who is of rational nature, attain the end of the intellectual nature, which is happiness. Obj. 2. Further, true happiness consists in seeing God, who is pure truth. But from his very nature, man considers truth in material things. Wherefore, he understands the intelligible species in the phantasm. De Anima iii, 7. Therefore, he cannot attain happiness. Obj. 3. Further, happiness consists in attaining the sovereign good, but we cannot arrive at the top without surmounting the middle. Since, therefore, the angelic nature, through which man cannot mount, is midway between God and human nature, it seems that he cannot attain happiness. On the contrary, it is written (Psalms 93:12), "Blessed is the man whom thou shalt instruct, O Lord." I answer that, happiness is the attainment of the perfect good. Whoever therefore is capable of the perfect good can attain happiness. Now that man is capable of the perfect good is proved both because his intellect can apprehend the universal and perfect good, and because his will can desire it. And therefore man can attain happiness. This can be proved again from the fact that man is capable of seeing God, as stated in the first part, Q. 12, Article 1, in which vision, as we stated above, Q. 3, Article 8, man's perfect happiness consists. Reply Obj. 1. The rational exceeds the sensitive nature, otherwise than the intellectual surpasses the rational. For the rational exceeds the sensitive nature in respect of the object of its knowledge, since the senses have no knowledge whatever of the universal, whereas the reason has knowledge thereof. But the intellectual surpasses the rational nature as to the mode of knowing the same intelligible truth, for the intellectual nature grasps forthwith the truth with which rational nature reaches by the inquiry of reason, as was made clear in the first part, Q. 58, Article 3, Q. 79, Article 8. Therefore reason arrives by a kind of movement at that which the intellect grasps. Consequently, the rational nature can attain happiness, which is the perfection of the intellectual nature, but otherwise than the angels. Because the angels attained it forthwith, after the beginning of their creation, whereas man attains, if after a time. But the sensitive nature can nowise attain this end. Reply Obj. 2. To man in the present state of life, the natural way of knowing intelligible truth is by means of phantasms. But after this state of life he has another natural way, as was stated in the first part, Q. 84, Article 7, Q. 89, Article 1. Reply Obj. 3. Man cannot surmount the angels in the degree of nature so as to be above them naturally. But he can surmount them by an operation of the intellect, by understanding that there is above the angels something that makes men happy, and when he has attained it, he will be perfectly happy. Second article, whether one man can be happier than another. Objection 1. It would seem that one man cannot be happier than another. For happiness is "the reward of virtue," as the Philosopher says (Ethic. i, 9). But equal reward is given for all the works of virtue, because it is written (Matt. 20:10) that all who labor in the vineyard "received every man a penny." For, as Gregory says (Hom. 19 on the Gospels), "each was equally rewarded with eternal life." Therefore one man cannot be happier than another. Obj. 2: Further, happiness is the supreme good. But nothing can surpass the supreme. Therefore one man's happiness cannot be surpassed by another's. Obj. 3: Further, since happiness is "the perfect and sufficient good," (Ethic. i, 7), it brings rest to man's desire. But his desire is not at rest, if he yet lacks some good that can be got. And if he lack nothing that he can get, there can be no still greater good. Therefore either man is not happy, or, if he be happy, no other happiness can be greater. On the contrary, it is written (John 14:2): "In my Father's house there are many mansions," which, according to Augustine (First Tractate on the Gospel of John, 17), signify "the diverse dignities of merits in the one eternal life." But the dignity of eternal life, which is given according to merit, is happiness itself. Therefore there are diverse degrees of happiness, and happiness is not equally in all. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 1, A. 8; Q. 2, A. 7), happiness implies two things, to wit, the last end itself, i.e. the sovereign good, and the attainment or enjoyment of that same good. As to that good itself, which is the object and cause of happiness, one happiness cannot be greater than another, since there is but one sovereign good, namely God, by enjoying whom men are made happy. But as to the attainment or enjoyment of this good, one man can be happier than another, because the more a man enjoys this good, the happier he is. Now that one man enjoys God more than another, happens through his being better disposed or ordered to the enjoyment of Him; and in this sense one man can be happier than another. Reply Obj. 1. The one penny signifies that happiness is one in its object, but the many mansions signify the manifold happiness in the diverse degrees of enjoyment. Reply Obj. 2. Happiness is said to be the supreme good, inasmuch as it is the perfect possession or enjoyment of the supreme good. Reply Obj. 3. None of the blessed lacks any desirable good, since they have the infinite good itself, which is "the good of all good," as Augustine says in Orations on the Psalms 134. But one is said to be happier than another, by reason of diverse participation of the same good. And the addition of other goods does not increase happiness, since Augustine says (Confessions 5:4), "He who knows thee, and others besides, is not the happier for knowing them, but is happy for knowing thee alone." Third article: Whether one can be happy in this life? Objection 1. It would seem that happiness can be had in this life. For it is written (Psalms 118:1): "Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord." But this happens in this life. Therefore one can be happy in this life. Obj. 2: Further, imperfect participation in the sovereign good does not destroy the nature of happiness. Otherwise one would not be happier than another. But men can participate in the sovereign good in this life by knowing and loving God, albeit imperfectly. Therefore man can be happy in this life. Obj. 3: Further, what is said by many cannot be altogether false, since what is in many comes apparently from nature, and nature does not fail altogether. Now many say that happiness can be had in this life, as appears from Psalms 143:15, "They have called the people happy that hath these things," to wit, the good things in this life. Therefore one can be happy in this life. On the contrary, it is written (Job 14:1), "Man born of a woman living for a short time is filled with many miseries." But happiness excludes misery. Therefore man cannot be happy in this life. I answer that, a certain participation of happiness can be had in this life, but perfect and true happiness cannot be had in this life. This may be seen from a twofold consideration. First, from the general notion of happiness. For since happiness is a "perfect and sufficient good," it excludes every evil and fulfills every desire. But in this life every evil cannot be excluded. For this present life is subject to many unavoidable evils: to ignorance on the part of the intellect, to inordinate affection on the part of the appetite, and to many penalties on the part of the body, as Augustine sets forth in The City of God (19:4). Likewise, neither can the desire for good be satiated in this life. For man naturally desires the good which he has to be abiding. Now the goods of the present life pass away, since life itself passes away, which we naturally desire to have, and would wish to hold abidingly, for man naturally shrinks from death. Wherefore it is impossible to have true happiness in this life. Secondly, from a consideration of the specific nature of happiness, viz. the vision of the Divine Essence, which man cannot obtain in this life, as was shown in the first part (Q. 12, A. 11). Hence it is evident that none can attain true and perfect happiness in this life. Reply Obj. 1: Some are said to be happy in this life, either on account of the hope of obtaining happiness in the life to come, according to Romans 8:24, "We are saved by hope," or on account of a certain participation of happiness, by reason of a kind of enjoyment of the sovereign good. Reply Obj. 2: The imperfection of participated happiness is due to one of two causes. First, on the part of the object of happiness, which is not seen in its essence, and this imperfection destroys the nature of true happiness. Secondly, the imperfection may be on the part of the participator, who indeed attains the object of happiness in itself, namely God, imperfectly, however, in comparison with the way in which God enjoys Himself. This imperfection does not destroy the true nature of happiness, because since happiness is an operation, as stated above, Question 3, Article 2, the true nature of happiness is taken from the object which specifies the act, and not from the subject. Reply Obj. 3. Men esteem that there is some kind of happiness to be had in this life, on account of a certain likeness to true happiness, and thus they do not fail altogether in their estimate. Fourth Article. Whether happiness once had can be lost? Objection 1. It would seem that happiness can be lost, for happiness is a perfection. But every perfection is in the thing perfected according to the mode of the latter. Since then man is by his nature changeable, it seems that happiness is participated by man in a changeable manner, and consequently it seems that man can lose happiness. Obj. 2. Further, happiness consists in an act of the intellect, and the intellect is subject to the will. But the will can be directed to opposites. Therefore it seems that it can desist from the operation whereby man is made happy, and thus man will cease to be happy. Obj. 3. Further, the end corresponds to the beginning. But man's happiness has a beginning, since man was not always happy. Therefore it seems that it has an end. On the contrary, it is written (Matthew 25:46) of the righteous that "they shall go into life everlasting," which, as above stated, Article 2, is the happiness of the saints. Now what is eternal ceases not. Therefore happiness cannot be lost. I answer that, if we speak of imperfect happiness, such as can be had in this life, in this sense it can be lost. This is clear of contemplative happiness, which is lost either by forgetfulness, for instance when knowledge is lost through sickness, or again by certain occupations, whereby a man is altogether withdrawn from contemplation. This is also clear of active happiness, since man's will can be changed so as to fall to vice from the virtue, in whose act that happiness principally consists. If, however, the virtue remain unimpaired, outward changes can indeed disturb such like happiness, in so far as they hinder many acts of virtue, but they cannot take it away altogether, because there still remains an act of virtue, whereby man bears these trials in a praiseworthy manner. And since the happiness of this life can be lost, a circumstance that appears to be contrary to the nature of happiness, therefore did the Philosopher state (Ethic. i, 10) that some are happy in this life, not simply, but "as men," whose nature is subject to change. But if we speak of that perfect happiness which we await after this life, it must be observed that Origen (On First Principles ii, 3), following the error of certain Platonists, held that man can become unhappy after the final happiness. This, however, is evidently false for two reasons. First, from the general notion of happiness. For since happiness is the "perfect and sufficient good," it must needs set man's desire at rest, and exclude every evil. Now man naturally desires to hold to the good that he has, and to have the surety of his holding. Else he must of necessity be troubled with the fear of losing it, or with the sorrow of knowing that he will lose it. Therefore it is necessary for true happiness that man have the assured opinion of never losing the good he possesses. If this opinion be true, it follows that he never will lose happiness. But if it be false, it is in itself an evil that he should have a false opinion, because the false is the evil of the intellect, just as the true is its good, as stated in Ethics vi, 2. Consequently, he will no longer be truly happy if evil be in him. Secondly, it is again evident if we consider the specific nature of happiness. For it has been shown above (Q. 3, A. 8) that man's perfect happiness consists in the vision of the Divine Essence. Now it is impossible for anyone seeing the Divine Essence to wish not to see it, because every good that one possesses and yet wishes to be without is either insufficient, something more sufficing being desired in its stead, or else has some inconvenience attached to it, by reason of which it becomes wearisome. But the vision of the Divine Essence fills the soul with all good things, since it unites it to the source of all goodness. Hence it is written, Psalms 16:15, "I shall be satisfied when thy glory shall appear," and Wisdom 7:11, "All good things came to me together with her," i.e. with the contemplation of wisdom. In like manner, neither has it any inconvenience attached to it, because it is written of the contemplation of wisdom (Wisdom 8:16), "Her conversation hath no bitterness, nor her company any tediousness." It is thus evident that the happy man cannot forsake happiness of his own accord. Moreover, neither can he lose happiness through God taking it away from him. Because since the withdrawal of happiness is a punishment, it cannot be enforced by God, the just judge, except for some fault. And he sees that God cannot fall into a fault, since rectitude of the will, of necessity, results from that vision, as was shown above (Q. 4, A. 4). Nor again can it be withdrawn by any other agent. Because the mind that is united to God is raised above all other things, and consequently no other agent can sever the mind from that union. Therefore it seems unreasonable that as time goes on man should pass from happiness to misery, and vice versa, because such like vicissitudes of time can only be for such things as are subject to time and movement. Reply Obj. 1: Happiness is a consummate perfection, which excludes every defect from the happy, and therefore whoever has happiness has it altogether unchangeably. This is done by the Divine power, which raises man to the participation of eternity, which transcends all change. Reply Obj. 2: The will can be directed to opposites in things which are ordained to the end. But it is ordained, of natural necessity, to the last end. This is evident from the fact that man is unable not to wish to be happy. Reply Obj. 3: Happiness has a beginning owing to the condition of the participator, but it has no end by reason of the condition of the good, the participation of which makes man happy. Hence the beginning of happiness is from one cause, its endlessness is from another. Fifth Article. Whether man can attain happiness by his natural powers? Objection 1: It would seem that man can attain happiness by his natural powers. For nature does not fail in necessary things. But nothing is so necessary to man as that by which he attains the last end. Therefore this is not lacking to human nature. Therefore man can attain happiness by his natural powers. Obj. 2: Further, since man is more noble than irrational creatures, it seems that he must be better equipped than they. But irrational creatures can attain their end by their natural powers. Much more, therefore, can man attain happiness by his natural powers. Obj. 3: Further, happiness is "a perfect operation," according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 13). Now the beginning of a thing belongs to the same principle as the perfecting thereof. Since therefore the imperfect operation, which is as the beginning in human operations, is subject to man's natural power, whereby he is master of his own actions, it seems that he can attain to perfect operation, i.e. happiness, by his natural powers. On the contrary, man is naturally the principle of his action, by his intellect and will. But final happiness, prepared for the saints, surpasses the intellect and will of man. For the Apostle says, 1 Corinthians 2, verse 9, "Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither hath it entered into the heart of man, what things God hath prepared for them that love him." Therefore man cannot attain happiness by his natural powers. I answer that, imperfect happiness that can be had in this life can be acquired by man by his natural powers, in the same way as virtue, in whose operation it consists. On this point we shall speak further on, Q. 63. But man's perfect happiness, as stated above, Q. 3, Article 8, consists in the vision of the Divine Essence. Now the vision of God's essence surpasses the nature not only of man, but also of every creature, as was shown in the first part, Q. 12, Article 4. For the natural knowledge of every creature is in keeping with the mode of his substance. Thus it is said of the intelligence, Book of Causes, Proposition 8, that "it knows things that are above it, and things that are below it, according to the mode of its substance." But every knowledge that is according to the mode of created substance falls short of the vision of the Divine Essence, which infinitely surpasses all created substance. Consequently, neither man nor any creature can attain final happiness by its natural powers. Reply Obj. 1: Just as nature does not fail man in necessaries, although it has not provided him with weapons and clothing as it provided other animals, because it gave him reason and hands with which he is able to get these things for himself, so neither did it fail man in things necessary, although it gave him not the wherewithal to attain happiness, since this it could not do. But it did give him free will, with which he can turn to God, that He may make him happy. "For what we do by means of our friends is done, in a sense, by ourselves." Ethic. iii, 3. Reply Obj. 2: The nature that can attain perfect good, although it needs help from without in order to attain it, is of more noble condition than a nature which cannot attain perfect good, but attains some imperfect good, although it need no help from without in order to attain it, as the Philosopher says (De Coelo ii, 12). Thus he is better disposed to health who can attain perfect health, albeit by means of medicine, than he who can attain but imperfect health without the help of medicine. And therefore the rational creature which can attain the perfect good of happiness, but needs the Divine assistance for the purpose, is more perfect than the irrational creature which is not capable of attaining this good, but attains some imperfect good by its natural powers. Reply Obj. 3: When imperfect and perfect are of the same species, they can be caused by the same power. But this does not follow of necessity, if they be of different species: for not everything that can cause the disposition of matter can produce the final perfection. Now the imperfect operation, which is subject to man's natural power, is not of the same species as that perfect operation which is man's happiness, since operation takes its species from its object. Consequently, the argument does not prove. Sixth Article. Whether man attains happiness through the action of some higher creature? Objection 1: It would seem that man can be made happy through the action of some higher creature, viz. an angel. For since we observe a twofold order in things, one of the parts of the universe to another, the other of the whole universe to a good which is outside the universe, the former order is ordained to the second as to its end. Metaph. xii, 10. Thus the mutual order of the parts of an army is dependent on the order of the parts of an army, is dependent on the order of the whole army to the general. But the mutual order of the parts of the universe consists in the higher creatures acting on the lower, as stated in the first part, Question 109, Article 2. While happiness consists in the order of man to a good which is outside the universe, i.e. God. Therefore man is made happy through a higher creature, viz. An angel, acting on him. Further, that which is such in potentiality can be reduced to act by that which is such actually. Thus what is potentially hot is made actually hot by something that is actually hot. But man is potentially happy. Therefore he can be made actually happy by an angel who is actually happy. Obj. 3: Further, happiness consists in an operation of the intellect as stated above. Question 3, Article 4. But an angel can enlighten man's intellect as shown in the first part. Question 111, Article 1. Therefore an angel can make a man happy. On the contrary, it is written, Psalm 83, verse 12, "The Lord will give grace and glory." I answer that, since every creature is subject to the laws of nature, from the very fact that its power and action are limited, that which surpasses created of any creature. Consequently, if anything need to be done that is above nature, it is done by God immediately. Such as raising the dead to life, restoring sight to the blind, and such like. Now it has been shown above (Article 5) that happiness is a good surpassing created nature. Therefore it is impossible that it be bestowed through the action of any creature. But by God alone is man made happy, if we speak of perfect happiness. If, however, we speak of imperfect happiness, the same is to be said of it as of the virtue in whose act it consists. Reply Obj. 1: It often happens in the case of active powers ordained to one another, that it belongs to the highest power to reach the last end, while the lower powers contribute to the attainment of that last end by causing a disposition thereto. Thus to the art of sailing, which commands the art of shipbuilding, it belongs to use a ship for the end for which it was made. Thus too, in the order of the universe, man is indeed helped by the angels in the attainment of his last end, in respect of certain preliminary dispositions thereto, whereas he attains the last end itself through the first agent, which is God. Reply Obj. 2: When a form exists perfectly and naturally in something, it can be the principle of action on something else. For example, a hot thing heats through heat. But if a form exists in something imperfectly and not naturally, it cannot be the principle whereby it is communicated to something else. Thus the intention of color, which is in the pupil, cannot make a thing white; nor indeed can everything enlightened or heated give heat or light to something else. For if they could, enlightening and heating would go on to infinity. But the light of glory, whereby God is seen, is in God perfectly and naturally, whereas in any creature it is imperfectly and by likeness or participation. Consequently, no creature can communicate its happiness to another. Reply Obj. 3: A happy angel enlightens the intellect of a man or of a lower angel, as to certain notions of the Divine works, but not as to the vision of the Divine Essence, as was stated in the first part, Question 106, Article 1, since in order to see this, all are immediately enlightened by God. Seventh Article. Whether any good works are necessary that man may receive happiness from God? Objection 1. It would seem that no works of man are necessary that he may obtain happiness from God. For since God is an agent of infinite power, he requires before acting neither matter, nor disposition of matter, but can forthwith produce the whole effect. But man's works, since they are not required for happiness, as the efficient cause thereof, as stated above, Article 6, can be required only as dispositions thereto. Therefore God, who does not require dispositions before acting, bestows happiness without any previous works. Obj. 2. Further, just as God is the immediate cause of happiness, so is He the immediate cause of nature. But when God first established nature, He produced creatures without any previous disposition or action on part of the creature, but made each one perfect forthwith in its species. Therefore it seems that He bestows happiness on man without any previous works. Obj. 3. Further, the Apostle says, Romans 4:6, that happiness is of the man, "to whom God reputeth justice without works." Therefore no works of man are necessary for attaining happiness. On the contrary, it is written, John 13:17, "If you know these things, you shall be blessed if you do them." Therefore happiness is obtained through works. I answer that, Rectitude of the will, as stated above, Q. 4, Article 4, is necessary for happiness, since it is nothing else than the right order of the will to the last end, and it is therefore necessary for obtaining the end, just as the right disposition of matter in order to receive the form. But this does not prove that any work of man need precede his happiness. For God could make a will having the right tendency to the end, and at the same time attaining the end, just as sometimes He disposes matter and at the same time introduces the form. But the order of Divine wisdom demands that it should not be thus. For as is stated in On the Heavens 2:12, "of those things that have a natural capacity for the perfect good, one has it without movement, some by one movement, some by several." Now to possess the perfect good without movement belongs to that which has it naturally, and to have happiness naturally belongs to God alone. Therefore it belongs to God alone not to be moved towards happiness by any previous operation. Now since happiness surpasses every created nature, no pure creature can becomingly gain happiness without the movement of operation, whereby it tends thereto. But the angel, who is above man in the natural order, obtained it, according to the order of Divine wisdom, by one movement of a meritorious work, as was explained in the first part, Q. 62, Article 5. Whereas man obtains it by many movements of works which are called merits. Wherefore also according to the Philosopher (Ethic. i, 9), happiness is the reward of works of virtue. Reply Obj. 1: Works are necessary to man in order to gain happiness, not on account of the insufficiency of the Divine power which bestows happiness, but that the order in things be observed. Reply Obj. 2: God produced the first creatures so that they are perfect forthwith, without any previous disposition or operation of the creature, because He instituted the first individuals of the various species, that through them nature might be propagated to their progeny. In like manner, because happiness was to be bestowed on others through Christ, who is God and man, who, according to Hebrews 2:10, has brought many children into glory. Therefore, from the very beginning of His conception, His soul was happy without any previous meritorious operation. But this is peculiar to Him, for Christ's merit avails baptized children for the gaining of happiness, though they have no merits of their own, because by baptism they are made members of Christ. Reply Obj. 3: The Apostle is speaking of the happiness of hope, which is bestowed on us by sanctifying grace, which is not given on account of previous works. For grace is not a term of movement as happiness is, rather is it the principle of the movement that tends toward happiness. Eighth Article. Whether every man desires happiness? Objection 1. It would seem that not all desire happiness. For no man can desire what he knows not, since the apprehended good is the object of the appetite. De Anima iii, 10. But many know not what happiness is. This is evident from the fact that, as Augustine says (De Trin. viii, 4), some thought that happiness consists in pleasures of the body, some in a virtue of the soul, some in other things. Therefore not all desire happiness. Obj. 2. Further, the essence of happiness is the vision of the Divine Essence, as stated above. Q. 3, A. 8. But some consider it impossible for man to see the Divine Essence, wherefore they desire it not. Therefore all men do not desire happiness. Obj. 3. Further, Augustine says (De Trin. viii, 5) that "happy is he who has all he desires, and desires nothing amiss." But all do not desire this, for some desire certain things amiss, and yet they wish to desire such things. Therefore all do not desire happiness. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. viii, 3), "if that actor had said, 'You all wish to be happy, you do not wish to be unhappy,' he would have said that which none would have failed to acknowledge in his will." Therefore everyone desires to be happy. I answer that, Happiness can be considered in two ways. First, according to the general notion of happiness, and thus, of necessity, every man desires happiness. For the general notion of happiness consists in the perfect good, as stated above (AA. 3, 4). But since good is the object of the will, the perfect good of a man is that which entirely satisfies his will. Consequently, to desire happiness is nothing else than to desire that one's will be satisfied, and this everyone desires. Secondly, we may speak of happiness according to its specific notion, as to that in which it consists, and thus all do not know happiness, because they know not in what thing the general notion of happiness is found, and consequently in this respect not all desire it. Wherefore the reply to the first objection is clear. Reply Obj. 2: Since the will follows the apprehension of the intellect or reason, just as it happens that where there is no real distinction there may be a distinction according to the consideration of reason, so does it happen that one and the same thing is desired in one way and not desired in another. So that happiness may be considered as the final and perfect good, which is the general notion of happiness, and thus the will naturally and of necessity tends thereto, as stated above. Again, it can be considered under other special aspects, either on the part of the operation itself, or on the part of the operating power, or on the part of the object, and thus the will does not tend thereto of necessity. Reply Obj. 3: The definition of happiness given by some, "Happy is the man that has all he desires," or "whose every wish is fulfilled," is a good and adequate definition, if it be understood in a certain way, but an inadequate definition if understood in another. For if we understand it simply of all that man desires by his natural appetite, thus it is true that he who has all he desires is happy, since nothing satisfies man's natural desire except the perfect good, which is happiness. But if we understand it of those things that man desires according to the apprehension of the reason, thus it does not belong to happiness to have certain things that man desires; rather does it belong to unhappiness, in so far as the possession of such things hinders man from having all that he desires naturally. Thus it is that reason sometimes accepts as true things that are a hindrance to the knowledge of truth. And it was through taking this into consideration that Augustine added, so as to include perfect happiness, that he "desires nothing amiss," although the first part suffices if rightly understood, to wit, that "happy is he that has all he desires." End of question 5.
Question 6, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 6. Of the voluntary and the involuntary, in 8 articles. Part 1. Since therefore happiness is to be gained by means of certain acts, we must in due sequence consider human acts, in order to know by what acts we may obtain happiness, and by what acts we are prevented from obtaining it. But because operations and acts are concerned with things singular, consequently all practical knowledge is incomplete unless it take account of things in detail. The study of morals, therefore, since it treats of human acts, should consider first the general principles, and secondly, matters of detail. In treating of the general principles, the points that offer themselves for our consideration are: 1. Human acts themselves; 2. Their principles. Now of human acts some are proper to man, others are common to man and animals. And since happiness is man's proper good, those acts which are proper to man have a closer connection with happiness than have those which are common to man and the other animals. First then we must consider those acts which are proper to man; secondly, those acts which are common to man and the other animals, and are called passions. The first of these points offers a twofold consideration. 1. What makes a human act? 2. What distinguishes human acts? And since those acts are properly called human which are voluntary, because the will is the rational appetite, which is proper to man, we must consider acts in so far as they are voluntary. First, then, we must consider the voluntary and involuntary in general. Secondly, those acts which are voluntary, as being elicited by the will, and as issuing from the will immediately. Thirdly, those acts which are voluntary, as being commanded by the will, which issue from the will through the medium of the other powers. And because voluntary acts have certain circumstances, according to which we form our judgment concerning them, we must first consider the voluntary and the involuntary, and afterwards the circumstances of those acts which are found to be voluntary or involuntary. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. 1. Whether there is anything voluntary in human acts. 2. Whether in irrational animals. 3. Whether there can be voluntariness without any action. 4. Whether violence can be done to the will. 5. Whether violence causes involuntariness. 6. Whether fear causes involuntariness. 7. Whether concupiscence causes involuntariness. 8. Whether ignorance causes involuntariness. First article, Part 1 of the second part, Question 6, Article 1. Whether there is anything voluntary in human acts? Objection 1. It would seem that there is nothing voluntary in human acts, for that is voluntary, which has its principle within itself, as Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, On the Human Nature 32. Damascene, On the Orthodox Faith 2:24, and Aristotle, Ethic. iii, 1, declare: but the principle of human acts is not in man himself, but outside him, since man's appetite is moved to act by the appetitable object which is outside him, and is as a mover unmoved. De Anima iii, 10. Therefore there is nothing voluntary in human acts. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher (Phys. viii, 2) proves that in animals no new movement arises that is not preceded by a motion from without. But all human acts are new, since none is eternal. Consequently, the principle of all human acts is from without, and therefore there is nothing voluntary in them. Obj. 3: Further, he that acts voluntarily can act of himself, but this is not true of man, for it is written (John 15:5), "Without me you can do nothing." Therefore there is nothing voluntary in human acts. On the contrary, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii) that "the voluntary is an act consisting in a rational operation." Now such are human acts. Therefore there is something voluntary in human acts. I answer that, there must needs be something voluntary in human acts. In order to make this clear, we must take note that the principle of some acts or movements is within the agent, or that which is moved; whereas the principle of some movements or acts is outside. For when a stone is moved upwards, the principle of this movement is outside the stone; whereas when it is moved downwards, the principle of this movement is in the stone. Now of those things that are moved by an intrinsic principle, some move themselves, some not. For since every agent or thing moved, acts or is moved for an end, as stated above (Q. 1, A. 2), those are perfectly moved by an intrinsic principle, whose intrinsic principle is one not only of movement, but of movement for an end. Now in order for a thing to be done for an end, some knowledge of the end is necessary. Therefore, whatever so acts or is moved by an intrinsic principle, that it has some knowledge of the end, has within itself the principle of its act, so that it not only acts, but acts for an end. On the other hand, if a thing has no knowledge of the end, even though it have an intrinsic principle of action or movement, nevertheless the principle of acting or being moved for an end is not in that thing, but in something else, by which the principle of its action towards an end is not in that thing, but in something else, by which the principle of its action towards an end is imprinted on it. Wherefore such like things are not said to move themselves, but to be moved by others. But those things which have a knowledge of the end are said to move themselves, because there is in them a principle by which they not only act, but also act for an end. And consequently, since both are from an intrinsic principle, to wit, that they act and that they act for an end, the movements of such things are said to be voluntary. For the word voluntary implies that their movements and acts are from their own inclination. Hence it is that, according to the definitions of Aristotle, Gregory of Nyssa, and Damascene, note, see Objection 1, the voluntary is defined not only as having a principle within the agent, but also in implying knowledge. Therefore, since man especially knows the end of his work and moves himself, in his acts especially is the voluntary to be found. Reply Obj. 1: Not every principle is a first principle. Therefore, although it is essential to the voluntary act that its principle be within the agent, nevertheless it is not contrary to the nature of the voluntary act that this intrinsic principle be caused or moved by an extrinsic principle, because it is not essential to the voluntary act that its intrinsic principle be a first principle. Yet again it must be observed that a principle of movement may happen to be first in a genus, but not first simply. Thus in the genus of things subject to alteration, the first principle of alteration is a heavenly body, which nevertheless is not the first mover simply, but is moved locally by a higher mover. and so the intrinsic principle of the voluntary act, for example, the cognitive and appetitive power, is the first principle in the genus of appetitive movement, although it is moved by an extrinsic principle according to other species of movement. Reply Obj. 2. New movements in animals are indeed preceded by a motion from without, and this in two respects. First, in so far as by means of an extrinsic movement an animal's senses are confronted with something sensible, which on being apprehended moves the appetite. Thus a lion, on seeing a stag in movement and coming towards him, begins to move towards the stag. Secondly, in so far as some extrinsic movement produces a physical change in an animal's body, as in the case of cold or heat, and through the body being affected by the motion of an outward body, the sensitive appetite, which is the power of a bodily organ, is also moved indirectly. Thus it happens that through some alteration in the body the appetite is roused to the desire of something. But this is not contrary to the nature of voluntariness, as stated above (ad 1). For such movements caused by an extrinsic principle are of another genus of movement. Reply Obj. 3. God moves man to act, not only by proposing the appetible to the senses, or by effecting a change in his body, but also by moving the will itself, because every movement, either of the will or of nature, proceeds from God as the first mover. And just as it is not incompatible with nature that the natural movement be from God as the first mover, inasmuch as nature is an instrument of God moving it, so it is not contrary to the essence of a voluntary act that it proceed from God, inasmuch as the will is moved by God. Nevertheless, both natural and voluntary movements have this in common, that it is essential that they should proceed from a principle within the agent. Second article, part 1 of the second part, question 6, article 2. Whether there is anything voluntary in irrational animals? Objection 1. It would seem that there is nothing voluntary in irrational animals, for a thing is called voluntary from voluntas, or will. Now since the will is in the reason (De Anima iii, 9), it cannot be in irrational animals. Therefore neither is there anything voluntary in them. Obj. 2. Further, according as human acts are voluntary, man is said to be master of his actions. But irrational animals are not masters of their actions, for they act not, rather are they acted upon, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 27). Therefore there is no such thing as a voluntary act in irrational animals. Obj. 3. Further, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. 24) that voluntary acts lead to praise and blame. But neither praise nor blame is due to the acts of irrational minds. Therefore such acts are not voluntary. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 2) that both children and irrational animals participate in the voluntary. The same is said by Damascene (De Fide Orth. 24), and Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius (De Humano Natura 32). I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), it is essential to the voluntary act that its principle be within the agent, together with some knowledge of the end. Now knowledge of the end is twofold, perfect and imperfect. Perfect knowledge of the end consists in not only apprehending the thing which is the end, but also in knowing it under the aspect of end and the relationship of the means to that end. And such knowledge belongs to none but the rational nature. But imperfect knowledge of the end consists in mere apprehension of the end, without knowing it under the aspect of end, or the relationship of an act to the end. Such knowledge of the end is exercised by irrational animals, through their senses and through their natural estimative power. Consequently, perfect knowledge of the end leads to the perfect voluntary, inasmuch as, having apprehended the end, a man can, from deliberating about the end and the means thereto, be moved, or not, to gain that end. But imperfect knowledge of the end leads to the imperfect voluntary, inasmuch as the agent apprehends the end, but does not deliberate, and is moved to the end at once. Wherefore the voluntary in its perfection belongs to none but the rational nature, whereas the imperfect voluntary is within the competency of even irrational animals. Reply Obj. 1. The will is the name of the rational appetite, and consequently it cannot be in things devoid of reason. But the word voluntary is derived from voluntas, or will, and can be extended to those things in which there is some participation of will by way of likeness thereto. It is thus that voluntary action is attributed to irrational animals, in so far as they are moved to an end through some kind of knowledge. Reply Obj. 2. The fact that man is master of his actions is due to his being able to deliberate about them. For since the deliberating reason is indifferently disposed to opposite things, the will can be inclined to either. But it is not thus that voluntariness is in irrational animals, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3. Praise and blame are the result of the voluntary act, wherein is the perfect voluntary, such as is not to be found in irrational animals. Third article, part 1 of the second part, question 6, article 3. Whether there can be voluntariness without any act? Objection 1. It would seem that voluntariness cannot be without any act, for that is voluntary which proceeds from the will. But nothing can proceed from the will except through some act, at least an act of the will. Therefore there cannot be voluntariness without act. Objection 2. Further, just as one is said to wish by an act of the will, so when the act of the will ceases, one is said not to wish. But not to wish implies involuntariness, which is contrary to voluntariness. Therefore there can be nothing voluntary when the act of the will ceases. Objection 3. Further, knowledge is essential to the voluntary, as stated above (Articles 1 and 2). But knowledge involves an act. Therefore voluntariness cannot be without some act. On the contrary, the word voluntary is applied to that of which we are masters. Now we are masters in respect of to act and not to act, to will and not to will. Therefore just as to act and to will are voluntary, so also are not to act and not to will. I answer that, voluntary is what proceeds from the will. Now one thing proceeds from another in two ways. First, directly, in which sense something proceeds from another inasmuch as this other acts. For instance, heating from heat. Secondly, indirectly, in which sense something proceeds from another through this other not acting. Thus the sinking of a ship is set down to the helmsman from his having ceased to steer. But we must take note that the cause of what follows from want of action is not always the agent as not acting, but only then when the agent can and ought to act. For if the helmsman were unable to steer the ship, or if the ship's helm be not entrusted to him, the sinking of the ship would not be set down to him, although it might be due to his absence from the helm. Since then the will by willing and acting is able, and sometimes ought, to hinder not willing and not acting, this not willing and not acting is imputed to, as though proceeding from, the will, and thus it is that we can have the voluntary without an act, sometimes without outward act, but with interior act. For instance, when one wills not to act, and sometimes without even an interior act, when one does not will to act. Reply Obj. 1. We apply the word voluntary not only to that which proceeds from the will directly, as from its action, but also to that which proceeds from it indirectly, as from its inaction. Reply Obj. 2. Not to wish is said in two senses. First, as though it were one word, and the infinitive of I do not wish. Consequently, just as when I say I do not wish to read, the sense is I wish not to read. So not to wish to read is the same as to wish not to read. And in this sense, not to wish implies involuntariness. Secondly, it is taken as a sentence, and then no act of the will is affirmed, and in this sense not to wish does not imply involuntariness. Reply Obj. 3. Voluntariness requires an act of knowledge in the same way as it requires an act of will, namely, in order that it be in one's power to consider, to wish and to act. And then, just as not to wish and not to act, when it is time to wish and to act, is voluntary, so it is voluntary not to consider. Fourth Article, Part 1 of the Second Part, Question 6, Article 4. Whether violence can be done to the will? Objection 1. It would seem that violence can be done to the will, for everything can be compelled by that which is more powerful. But there is something, namely God, that is more powerful than the human will, therefore it can be compelled, at least by him. Objection 2. Further, every passive subject is compelled by its active principle, when it is changed by it. But the will is a passive force, for it is a mover moved. De Anima iii, 10. Therefore, since it is sometimes moved by its active principle, it seems that sometimes it is compelled. Obj. 3. Further, violent movement is that which is contrary to nature. But the movement of the will is sometimes contrary to nature, as is clear of the will's movement to sin, which is contrary to nature, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. iv, 20). Therefore the movement of the will can be compelled. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei v, 10) that what is done by the will is not done of necessity. Now whatever is done under compulsion is done of necessity. Consequently, what is done by the will cannot be compelled. Therefore the will cannot be compelled to act. I answer that, the act of the will is twofold. One is its immediate act, as it were, elicited by it, namely, to wish. The other is an act of the will commanded by it, and put into execution by means of some other power, such as to walk and to speak, which are commanded by the will to be executed by means of the motive power. As regards the commanded acts of the will, then the will can suffer violence, in so far as violence can prevent the exterior members from executing the will's command. But as to the will's own proper act, violence cannot be done to the will. The reason of this is that the act of the will is nothing else than an inclination proceeding from the interior principle of knowledge, just as the natural appetite is an inclination proceeding from an interior principle without knowledge. Now what is compelled or violent is from an exterior principle. Consequently, it is contrary to the nature of the will's own act that it should be subject to compulsion and violence, just as it is also contrary to the nature of a natural inclination or movement. For a stone may have an upward movement from violence, but that this violent movement be from its natural inclination is impossible. In like manner a man may be dragged by force, but it is contrary to the very notion of violence that he be dragged of his own will. Reply Obj. 1. God, who is more powerful than the human will, can move the will of man, according to Proverbs 21:1. The heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord; whithersoever he will, he shall turn it. But if this were by compulsion, it would no longer be by an act of the will, nor would the will itself be moved, but something else against the will. Reply Obj. 2. It is not always a violent movement when a passive subject is moved by its active principle, but only when this is done against the interior inclination of the passive subject. Otherwise, every alteration and generation of simple bodies would be unnatural and violent, whereas they are natural by reason of the natural interior aptitude of the matter or subject to such a disposition. In like manner, when the will is moved, according to its own inclination, by the appetible object, this movement is not violent but voluntary. Reply Obj. 3. That to which the will tends by sinning, although in reality it is evil and contrary to the rational nature, nevertheless is apprehended as something good and suitable to nature, in so far as it is suitable to man by reason of some pleasurable sensation or some vicious habit. End of question 6, part 1. Question 6, part 2 of Summa Theologica, pars prima secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Summa Theologica, pars prima secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 6, of the voluntary and the involuntary, in 8 articles. Part 2. Fifth article, part 1 of the second part, question 6, article 5. Whether violence causes involuntariness? Objection 1. It would seem that violence does not cause involuntariness, for we speak of voluntariness and involuntariness in respect of the will, but violence cannot be done to the will, as shown above, article 4. Therefore violence cannot cause involuntariness. Objection 2. Further, that which is done involuntarily is done with grief, as Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 24) and the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 5) say. But sometimes a man suffers compulsion without being grieved thereby. Therefore violence does not cause involuntariness. Objection 3. Further, what is from the will cannot be involuntary. But some violent actions proceed from the will. For instance, when a man with a heavy body goes upwards, or when a man contorts his limbs in a way contrary to their natural flexibility. Therefore violence does not cause involuntariness. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 1) and Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 24) say that things done under compulsion are involuntary. I answer that, violence is directly opposed to the voluntary, as likewise to the natural. For the voluntary and the natural have this in common, that both are from an intrinsic principle, whereas violence is from an extrinsic principle. And for this reason, just as in things devoid of knowledge, violence effects something against nature, so in things endowed with knowledge, it effects something against the will. Now that which is against nature is said to be unnatural, and in like manner that which is against the will is said to be involuntary. Therefore violence causes involuntariness. Reply Obj. 1. The involuntary is opposed to the voluntary. Now it has been said (article 4) that not only the act, which proceeds immediately from the will, is called voluntary, but also the act commanded by the will. Consequently, as to the act which proceeds immediately from the will, violence cannot be done to the will, as stated above (article 4). Wherefore violence cannot make that act involuntary. But as to the commanded act, the will can suffer violence, and consequently in this respect violence causes involuntariness. Reply Obj. 2. As that is said to be natural, which is according to the inclination of nature, so that is said to be voluntary, which is according to the inclination of the will. Now a thing is said to be natural in 2 ways. First, because it is from nature as from an active principle. Thus it is natural for fire to produce heat. Secondly, according to a passive principle, because, to wit, there is in nature an inclination to receive an action from an extrinsic principle. Thus the movement of the heavens is said to be natural, by reason of the natural aptitude in a heavenly body to receive such movement, although the cause of that movement is a voluntary agent. In like manner, an act is said to be voluntary in 2 ways. First, in regard to action, for instance, when one wishes to be passive to another. Hence when action is brought to bear on something by an extrinsic agent, as long as the will to suffer that action remains in a passive subject, there is not violence simply. For although the patient does nothing by way of action, he does something by being willing to suffer. Consequently, this cannot be called involuntary. Reply Obj. 3. As the Philosopher says (Phys. viii, 4), the movement of an animal, whereby at times an animal is moved against the natural inclination of the body, although it is not natural to the body, is nevertheless somewhat natural to the animal, to which it is natural to be moved according to its appetite. Accordingly this is violent, not simply but in a certain respect. The same remark applies in the case of one who contorts his limbs in a way that is contrary to their natural disposition. For this is violent in a certain respect, for example, as to that particular limb, but not simply, for example, as to the man himself. Sixth Article, Part 1 of the second part, Question 6, Article 6. Whether fear causes involuntariness simply? Objection 1. It would seem that fear causes involuntariness simply. For just as violence regards that which is contrary to the will at the time, so fear regards a future evil which is repugnant to the will. But violence causes involuntariness simply. Therefore fear too causes involuntariness simply. Objection 2. Further, that which is such of itself remains such, whatever be added to it. Thus what is hot of itself, as long as it remains, is still hot, whatever be added to it. But that which is done through fear is involuntary in itself. Therefore even with the addition of fear it is involuntary. Obj. 3. Further, that which is such, subject to a condition, is such in a certain respect, whereas what is such, without any condition, is such simply. Thus what is necessary, subject to a condition, is necessary in some respect. But what is necessary absolutely is necessary simply. But that which is done through fear is absolutely involuntary, and is not voluntary, save under a condition, namely, in order that the evil feared may be avoided. Therefore that which is done through fear is involuntary simply. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, De Nat. Hom. 30, and the Philosopher, Ethic. iii, 1, say that such things as are done through fear are voluntary rather than involuntary. I answer that, as the Philosopher says, Ethic. iii, and likewise Gregory of Nyssa in his book on Man, Nemesius, De Nat. Hom. 30. Such things are done through fear are of a mixed character, being partly voluntary and partly involuntary. For that which is done through fear, considered in itself, is not voluntary, but it becomes voluntary in this particular case, in order, namely, to avoid the evil feared. But if the matter be considered aright, such things are voluntary rather than involuntary, for they are voluntary simply, but involuntary in a certain respect. For a thing is said to be simply, according as it is in act, but according as it is only in apprehension, it is not simply, but in a certain respect. Now that which is done through fear is in act in so far as it is done. For, since acts are concerned with singulars, and the singular, as such, is here and now, that which is done is in act, in so far as it is here and now, and under other individuating circumstances. That which is done through fear is voluntary, inasmuch as it is here and now, that is to say, in so far, under the circumstances, it hinders a greater evil which was feared. Thus the following of the cargo into the sea becomes voluntary during the storm, through fear of the danger. Wherefore it is clear that it is voluntary simply. And hence it is that what is done out of fear is essentially voluntary, because its principle is within. But if we consider what is done through fear, as outside this particular case, and inasmuch as it is repugnant to the will, this is merely a consideration of the mind. And consequently what is done through fear is involuntary, considered in that respect, that is to say, outside the actual circumstances of the case. Reply Obj. 1. Things done through fear and compulsion differ not only according to present and future time, but also in this, that the will does not consent, but is moved entirely counter to that which is done through compulsion, whereas what is done through fear becomes voluntary because the will is moved towards it, albeit not for its own sake, but on account of something else, that is, in order to avoid an evil which is feared. For the conditions of a voluntary act are satisfied, if it be done on account of something else voluntary, since the voluntary is not only what we wish for its own sake, as an end, but also what we wish for the sake of something else, as an end. It is clear therefore that, in what is done from compulsion, the will does nothing inwardly, whereas in what is done through fear, the will does something. Accordingly, as Gregory of Nyssa (Nemesius, De Nat. Hom. xxx) says, in order to exclude things done through fear, a violent action is defined as not only one, the principle whereof is from without, but with the addition, in which he that suffers violence concurs not at all; because the will of him that is in fear does concur somewhat in that which he does through fear. Reply Obj. 2: Things that are such absolutely, remain such, whatever be added to them; for instance, a cold thing or a white thing. But things that are such relatively, vary according as they are compared with different things. For what is big in comparison with one thing, is small in comparison with another. Now a thing is said to be voluntary, not only for its own sake, as it were absolutely, but also for the sake of something else, as it were relatively. Accordingly, nothing prevents a thing which was not voluntary in comparison with one thing, from being voluntary when compared with another. Reply Obj. 3: That which is done through fear is voluntary without any condition, that is to say, according as it is actually done; but it is involuntary under a certain condition, that is to say, if such a fear were not threatening. Consequently, this argument proves rather the opposite. _______________________ SEVENTH ARTICLE, Part 1 of the Second Part, Question 6, Article 7. Whether concupiscence causes involuntariness? Objection 1: It would seem that concupiscence causes involuntariness. For just as fear is a passion, so is concupiscence. But fear causes involuntariness to a certain extent. Therefore concupiscence does so too. Obj. 2: Further, just as the timid man through fear acts counter to that which he proposed, so does the incontinent through concupiscence. But fear causes involuntariness to a certain extent. Therefore concupiscence does so also. Obj. 3: Further, knowledge is necessary for voluntariness. But concupiscence impairs knowledge; for the Philosopher says (Ethic. vi, 5) that delight, or the lust of pleasure, destroys the judgment of prudence. Therefore concupiscence causes involuntariness. On the contrary, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 24), the involuntary act deserves mercy or indulgence, and is done with regret. But neither of these can be said of that which is done out of concupiscence. Therefore concupiscence does not cause involuntariness. I answer that, concupiscence does not cause involuntariness, but on the contrary makes something to be voluntary. For a thing is said to be voluntary from the fact that the will. Now concupiscence inclines the will to desire the object of concupiscence. Therefore the effect of concupiscence is to make something to be voluntary rather than involuntary. Reply Obj. 1: Fear regards evil, but concupiscence regards good. Now evil of itself is counter to the will, whereas good harmonizes with the will. Therefore fear has a greater tendency than concupiscence to cause involuntariness. Reply Obj. 2: He who acts from fear retains the repugnance of the will to that which he does, considered in itself; but he that acts from concupiscence, for example an incontinent man, does not retain his former will whereby he repudiated the object of his concupiscence; for his will is changed so that he desires that which previously he repudiated. Accordingly, that which is done out of fear is involuntary, to a certain extent; but that which is done from concupiscence is nowise involuntary. For the man who yields to concupiscence acts counter to that which he proposed at first, but not counter to that which he desires now, whereas the timid man acts counter to that which in itself he desires now. Reply Obj. 3. If concupiscence were to destroy knowledge altogether, as happens with those whom concupiscence has rendered mad, it would follow that concupiscence would take away voluntariness. And yet, properly speaking, it would not result in the act being involuntary, because in things bereft of reason there is neither voluntary nor involuntary. But sometimes in those actions which are done from concupiscence, knowledge is not completely destroyed, because the power of knowing is not taken away entirely, but only the actual consideration in some particular possible act. Nevertheless, this itself is voluntary, according as by voluntary we mean that which is in the power of the will, for example, not to act, or not to will, and in like manner, not to consider. For the will can resist the passion, as we shall state later on. Question 10, Article 3, Question 77. Eighth Article, Part 1 of the second part, Question 6, Article 8. Whether ignorance causes involuntariness? Objection 1. It would seem that ignorance does not cause involuntariness, for the involuntary act deserves pardon, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 24). But sometimes that which is done through ignorance does not deserve pardon, according to 1 Corinthians 14:38. If any man know not, he shall not be known. Therefore ignorance does not cause involuntariness. Obj. 2: Further, every sin implies ignorance, according to Proverbs 14:22. They err that work evil. If, therefore, ignorance causes involuntariness, it would follow that every sin is involuntary, which is opposed to the saying of Augustine that "every sin is voluntary" (De Vera Relig. 14). Obj. 3: Further, involuntariness is not without sadness, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 24). But some things are done out of ignorance, but without sadness. For instance, a man may kill a foe, whom he wishes to kill, thinking at the time that he is killing a stag. Therefore ignorance does not cause involuntariness. On the contrary, Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 24) and the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 1) say that what is done through ignorance is involuntary. I answer that, if ignorance causes involuntariness, it is in so far as it deprives one of knowledge, which is a necessary condition of voluntariness, which was declared above (A. 1). But it is not every ignorance that deprives one of this knowledge. Accordingly, we must take note that ignorance has a threefold relationship to the act of the will: in one way, concomitantly; in another, consequently; in a third way, antecedently. Concomitantly, when there is ignorance of what is done, but so that even if it were known it would be done. For then ignorance does not induce one to wish this to be done, but it just happens that a thing is at the same time done and not known. Thus in the example given, Obj. 3, a man did indeed wish to kill his foe, but killed him in ignorance, thinking to kill a stag. And ignorance of this kind, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. iii, 1), does not cause involuntariness, since it is not the cause of anything that is repugnant to the will; but it causes non-voluntariness, since that which is unknown cannot be actually willed. Ignorance is consequent to the act of the will, in so far as ignorance itself is voluntary, and this happens in two ways, in accordance with the two aforesaid modes of voluntary. (Article 3). First, because the act of the will is brought to bear on the ignorance, as when a man wishes not to know, that he may have an excuse for sin, or that he may not be withheld from sin, according to Job 21:14: "We desire not the knowledge of thy ways." And this is called affected ignorance. Secondly, ignorance is said to be voluntary when it regards that which one can and ought to know, for in this sense, not to act and not to will are said to be voluntary, as stated above (A. 3). And ignorance of this kind happens, either when one does not actually consider what one can and ought to consider. This is called ignorance of evil choice, and arises from some passion or habit; or when one does not take the trouble to acquire the knowledge which one ought to have; in which sense ignorance of the general principles of law, which one to know, is voluntary, as being due to negligence. Accordingly, if in either of these ways ignorance is voluntary, it cannot cause involuntariness simply. Nevertheless it causes involuntariness in a certain respect, inasmuch as it precedes the movement of the will towards the act, which movement would not be, if there were knowledge. Ignorance is antecedent to the act of the will when it is not voluntary, and yet as the cause of man's willing what he would not will otherwise. Thus a man may be ignorant of some circumstance of his act, which he was not bound to know, the result being that he does that which he would not do, if he knew of that circumstance. For instance, a man, after taking proper precaution, may not know that someone is coming along the road, so that he shoots an arrow and slays a passer-by. Such ignorance causes involuntariness simply. From this may be gathered the solution of the objections. For the first objection deals with ignorance of what a man is bound to know; the second, with ignorance of choice, which is voluntary to a certain extent, as stated above; the third, with that ignorance which is concomitant with the act of the will. End of question 6, part 2.
Question 7 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fred Abood. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 7. Of the circumstances of human acts, in 4 articles. We must now consider the circumstances of human acts, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. What is a circumstance? 2. Whether a theologian should take note of the circumstances of human acts. 3. How many circumstances are there? 4. Which are the most important of them? First article. Whether a circumstance is an accident of a human act. Objection 1. It would seem that a circumstance is not an accident of a human act. For Tully says, on Invention 1, that a circumstance is that from which an orator adds authority and strength to his argument. But oratorical arguments are derived principally from things pertaining to the essence of a thing, such as the definition, the genus, the species, and the like, from which also Tully declares that an orator should draw his arguments. Therefore, a circumstance is not an accident of a human act. Objection 2. Further, to be in is proper to an accident. But that which surrounds, circumstat, is rather out than in. Therefore, the circumstances are not accidents of human acts. Objection 3. Further, an accident has no accident. But human acts themselves are accidents. Therefore, the circumstances are not accidents of acts. On the contrary, the particular conditions of any singular thing are called its individuating accidents. But the Philosopher, Ethics 3:1, calls the circumstances of particular things takath ekasta, i.e., the particular conditions of each act. Therefore, the circumstances are individual accidents of human acts. I answer that, since, according to the philosopher, on Interpretation 1, words are the signs of what we understand, it must needs be that in naming things we follow the process of intellectual knowledge. Now our intellectual knowledge proceeds from the better known to the less known. Accordingly with us, names of more obvious things are transferred so as to signify things less obvious, and hence it is that, as stated in Metaphysics 10.4, the notion of distance has been transferred from things that are apart locally to all kinds of opposition. And, in like manner, words that signify local movements are employed to designate all other movements, because bodies, which are circumscribed by place, are best known to us. And hence, it is that the word circumstance has passed from located things to human acts. Now, in things located, that is said to surround something, which is outside it, but touches it, or is placed near it. Accordingly, whatever conditions are outside the substance of an act, and yet in some way touch the human act, are called circumstances. Now, what is outside a thing's substance, while it belongs to that thing, is called its accident. Wherefore, the circumstances of human acts should be called their accidents. Reply Obj. 1. The orator gives strength to his argument, in the first place, from the substance of the act, and secondly, from the circumstances of the act. Thus, a man becomes indictable, first, through being guilty of murder, secondly, through having done it fraudulently, or from motives of greed, or at a holy time or place, and so forth. And so, in the passage quoted, it is said pointingly that the orator adds strength to his argument, as though this were something secondary. Reply Obj. 2. A thing is said to be an accident of something in two ways. First, from being in that thing. Thus, whiteness is said to be an accident of Socrates. Secondly, because it is together with that thing in the same subject. Thus, whiteness is an accident of the art of music, inasmuch as they meet in the same subject, so as to touch one another, as it were. And in this sense, circumstances are said to be the accidents of human acts. Reply Obj. 3. As stated above, ad 2, an accident is said to be the accident of an accident, from the fact that they meet in the same subject. But this happens in two ways. First, insofar as two accidents are both related to the same subject without any relation to one another, as whiteness and the art of music in Socrates. Secondly, when such accidents are related to one another, as when the subject receives one accident by means of the other. For instance, a body receives color by means of its surface. And thus also is one accident said to be in another, for we speak of color as being in the surface. Accordingly, circumstances are related to acts in both these ways. For some circumstances that have a relation to acts belong to the agent otherwise than through the act, as place and condition of person, whereas others belong to the agent by reason of the act, as the manner in which the act is done. Second article. Whether theologians should take note of the circumstances of human acts. Objection 1. It would seem that theologians should not take note of the circumstances of human acts, because theologians do not consider human acts otherwise than according to their quality of good or evil. But it seems that circumstances cannot give quality to human acts, for a thing is never qualified, formally speaking, by that which is outside it, but by that which is in it. Therefore theologians should not take note of the circumstances of acts. Objection 2. Further, circumstances are the accidents of acts. But one thing may be subject to an infinity of accidents. Hence the Philosopher says, Metaphysics 6:2, that no art or science considers accidental being, except only the art of sophistry. Therefore, the theologian has not to consider circumstances. Objection 3. Further, the consideration of circumstances belongs to the orator. But oratory is not a part of theology. Therefore, it is not a theologian's business to consider circumstances. On the contrary, ignorance of circumstances causes an act to be involuntary, according to Damascene, On the Orthodox Faith 2:24, and Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, On Human Nature 31. But involuntariness excuses from sin, the consideration of which belongs to the theologian. Therefore, circumstances also should be considered by the theologian. I answer that circumstances come under the consideration of the theologian for a threefold reason. First, because the theologian considers human acts, inasmuch as man is thereby directed to happiness. Now everything that is directed to an end should be proportionate to that end. But acts are made proportionate to an end by means of a certain commensurateness, which results from the due circumstances. Hence, the theologian has to consider the circumstances. Secondly, because the theologian considers human acts according as they are found to be good or evil, better or worse, and this diversity depends on circumstances, as we shall see further on. Question 18, Articles 10 and 11. Question 73, Article 7. Thirdly, because the theologian considers human acts under the aspect of merit and demerit, which is proper to human acts, and for this it is requisite that they be voluntary. Now a human act is deemed to be voluntary or involuntary according to knowledge or ignorance of circumstances, as stated above. Question 6, Article 8. Therefore, the theologian has to consider circumstances. Reply Objection 1. Good directed to the end is said to be useful, and this implies some kind of relation. Wherefore the Philosopher says, Ethics 1:6, that the good in the genus relation is the useful. Now in the genus relation, a thing is denominated not only according to that which is inherent in the thing, but also according to that which is extrinsic to it, as may be seen in the expressions right and left, equal and unequal, and such like. Accordingly, since the goodness of acts consists in their utility to the end, nothing hinders their being called good or bad according to their proportion to extrinsic things that are adjacent to them. Reply Objection 2. Accidents which are altogether accidental are neglected by every art, by reason of their uncertainty and infinity. But such like accidents are not what we call circumstances, because circumstances, although as stated above, Article 1, they are extrinsic to the act, nevertheless are in a kind of contact with it, by being related to it. Proper accidents, however, come under the consideration of art. Reply Objection 3. The consideration of circumstances belongs to the moralist, the politician, and the orator. To the moralist, insofar as with respect to circumstances we find or lose the mean of virtue in human acts and passions. To the politician and to the orator, insofar as circumstances make acts to be worthy of praise or blame, of excuse or indictment. In different ways, however, because where the orator persuades, the politician judges. To the theologian, this consideration belongs in all the aforesaid ways, since to him all the other arts are subservient, for he has to consider virtuous and vicious acts, just as the moralist does. And with the orator and politician, he considers acts according as they are deserving of reward or punishment. Third article. Whether the circumstances are properly set forth in the third book of Ethics. Objection 1. It would seem that the circumstances are not properly set forth in Ethics 3:1. For a circumstance of an act is described as something outside the act. Now time and place answer to this description. Therefore, there are only two circumstances, to wit, when and where. Objection 2. Further, we judge from the circumstances whether a thing is well or ill done. But this belongs to the mode of an act. Therefore, all the circumstances are included under one, which is the mode of acting. Objection 3. Further, circumstances are not part of the substance of an act, but the causes of an act seem to belong to its substance. Therefore, no circumstance should be taken from the cause of the act itself. Accordingly, neither who, nor why, nor about what are circumstances, since who refers to the efficient cause, why to the final cause, and about what to the material cause. On the contrary is the authority of the philosopher in Ethics 3:1. I answer that Tully, in his Rhetoric on Invention 1, gives 7 circumstances which are contained in this verse: quis, quid, ubid, quibus, auxilius, cur, quomodo, quando. Who, what, where, by what aids, why, how, and when. For in acts, we must take note of who did it, by what aids or instruments he did it, what he did, where he did it, why he did it, how and when he did it. But Aristotle, in Ethics 3:1, adds yet another, to wit, about what, which Tully includes in the circumstance what. The reason of this enumeration may be set down as follows. For a circumstance is described as something outside the substance of the act, and yet in a way touching it. Now this happens in 3 ways. First, inasmuch as it touches the act itself. Secondly, inasmuch as it touches the cause of the act. Thirdly, inasmuch as it touches the effect. It touches the act itself, either by way of measure, as time and place, or by qualifying the act as the mode of acting. It touches the effect when we consider what is done. It touches the cause of the act as to the final cause, by the circumstance why. As to the material cause or object in the circumstance about what, as to the principal efficient cause in the circumstance who, and as to the instrumental efficient cause in the circumstance by what aids. Reply Objection 1. Time and place surround, circumstant, the act by way of measure. but the others surround the act by touching it in any other way, while they are extrinsic to the substance of the act. Reply Obj. 2. This mode, well or ill, is not a circumstance, but results from all the circumstances. But the mode which refers to a quality of the act is a special circumstance. For instance, that a man walk fast or slowly, that he strike hard or gently, and so forth. Reply Obj. 3. A condition of the cause, on which the substance of the act depends, is not a circumstance. It must be an additional condition. Thus, in regard to the object, it is not a circumstance of theft that the object is another's property, for this belongs to the substance of the act, but that it be great or small. And the same applies to the other circumstances which are considered in reference to the other causes. For the end that specifies the act is not a circumstance, but some additional end. Thus, that a valiant man act valiantly for the sake of the good of the virtue of fortitude is not a circumstance. But if he act valiantly for the sake of the delivery of the state, or of Christendom, or some such purpose. The same is to be said with regard to the circumstance what. For that a man by pouring water on someone should happen to wash him is not a circumstance of the washing, but that in doing so he give him a chill or scald him, heal him or harm him. These are circumstances. Fourth article. Whether the most important circumstances are why and in what the act consists. Objection 1. It would seem that these are not the most important circumstances, namely, why, and those in which the act is. Henos e praxis, as stated in Ethics 3:1. For those in which the act is seem to be place and time, and these do not seem to be the most important of the circumstances, since, of them all, they are the most extrinsic to the act. Therefore, those things in which the act is are not the most important circumstances. Objection 2. Further, the end of a thing is extrinsic to it. Therefore, it is not the most important circumstance. Objection 3. Further, that which holds the foremost place in regard to each thing is its cause and its form. But the cause of an act is the person that does it, while the form of an act is the manner in which it is done. Therefore, these two circumstances seem to be of the greatest importance. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, on Human Nature 31, says that the most important circumstances are why it is done and what is done. I answer that, as stated above, question 1, article 1, acts are properly called human, inasmuch as they are voluntary. Now the motive and object of the will is the end. Therefore, that circumstance is the most important of all which touches the act on the part of the end, vis-a-vis the circumstance why. And the second in importance is that which touches the very substance of the act, vis-a-vis the circumstance what he did. As to the other circumstances, they are more or less important according as they more or less approach to these. Reply Objection 1. By those things in which the act is, the philosopher does not mean time and place, but those circumstances that are affixed to the act itself. Wherefore Gregory of Nyssa, Nemesius, on Human Nature 31, as though he were explaining the dictum of the philosopher instead of the latter's term, in which the act is said what is done. Reply Obj. 2. Although the end is not part of the substance of the act, yet it is the most important cause of the act, inasmuch as it moves the agent to act. Wherefore, the moral act is specified chiefly by the end. Reply Obj. 3. The person that does the act is the cause of that act, inasmuch as he is moved thereto by the end. And it is chiefly in this respect that he is directed to the act, while other conditions of the person have not such an important relation to the act. As to the mode, it is not the substantial form of the act, for in an act the substantial form depends on the object and term or end, but it is, as it were, a certain accidental quality of the act. End of question 7.
Question 8 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by Saint Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 8. Of the will in regard to what it wills, in 3 articles. We must now consider the different acts of the will, and in the first place those acts which belong to the will itself immediately, as being elicited by the will; secondly, those acts which are commanded by the will. Now the will is moved to the end, and to the means to the end. We must therefore consider: 1. Those acts of the will whereby it is moved to the end, and 2. Those whereby it is moved to the means. And since it seems that there are 3 acts of the will in reference to the end, namely volition, enjoyment, and intention, we must consider: 1. Volition, 2. Enjoyment, 3. Intention. Concerning the first, 3 things must be considered. 1. Of what things is the will? 2. By what is the will moved? 3. How is it moved? Under the first head there are 3 points of inquiry: 1. Whether the will is of good only; 2. Whether it is of the end only, or also of the means; 3. If in any way it be of the means, whether it be moved to the end and to the means by the same movement. First Article. 1 to 2. Question 8, Article 1. Whether the will is of good only? Objection 1. It would seem that the will is not of good only. For the same power regards opposites. For instance, sight regards white and black. But good and evil are opposites. Therefore the will is not only of good, but also of evil. Obj. 2. Further, rational powers can be directed to opposite purposes, according to the Philosopher (Metaph. ix, 2). But the will is a rational power, since it is in the reason, as is stated in De Anima iii, 9. Therefore the will can be directed to opposites, and consequently its volition is not confined to good, but extends to evil. Obj. 3: Further, good and being are convertible. But volition is directed not only to beings, but also to non-beings: for sometimes we wish not to walk, or not to speak; and again at times we wish for future things, which are not actual beings. Therefore the will is not of good only. On the contrary, Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that evil is outside the scope of the will, and that all things desire good. I answer that, The will is a rational appetite. Now every appetite is only of something good. The reason of this is that the appetite is nothing else than an inclination of a person desirous of a thing towards that thing. Now every inclination is to something like and suitable to the thing inclined. Since, therefore, everything, inasmuch as it is being and substance, is a good, it must needs be that every inclination is to something good. And hence it is that the Philosopher says (Ethic. i, 1) that "the good is that which all desire." But it must be noted that, since every inclination results from a form, the natural appetite results from a form existing in the nature of things; while the sensitive appetite, as also the intellective or rational appetite, which we call the will, follows from an apprehended form. Therefore, just as the natural appetite tends to good existing in a thing, so the animal or voluntary appetite tends to a good which is apprehended. Consequently, in order that the will tend to anything, it is requisite, not that this be good in very truth, but that it be apprehended as good. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Phys. ii, 3) that "the end is a good or an apparent good." Reply Obj. 1: The same power regards opposites, but it is not referred to them in the same way. Accordingly the will is referred both to good and evil, but to good by desiring it, to evil by shunning it. Wherefore the actual desire of good is called volition (in Latin voluntas), to avoid confusion with voluntas, the will. St. Thomas adds a word of explanation, which in the translation may appear superfluous, meaning thereby the act of the will: for it is in this sense that we are now speaking of the will. On the other hand, the shunning of evil is better described as nolition. Wherefore, just as volition is of good, so nolition is of evil. Reply Obj. 2: A rational power is not to be directed to all opposite purposes, but to those which are contained under its proper object: for no power seeks other than its proper object. Now the object of the will is good. Wherefore the will can be directed to such opposite purposes as are contained under good; such as to be moved or to be at rest, to speak or to be silent, and such like, for the will can be directed to either under the aspect of good. Reply Obj. 3: That which is not a being in nature is considered as a being in the reason. Wherefore negations and privations are said to be beings of reason. In this way, too, future things, in so far as they are apprehended, are beings. Accordingly, in so far as such like are beings, they are apprehended under the aspect of good: and it is thus that the will is directed to them. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. v, 1) that "to lack evil is considered as a good." _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE (1 to 2), Q. 8, Art. 2] Whether Volition Is of the End Only, or Also of the Means? Objection 1: It would seem that volition is not of the means, but of the end only. For the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 2) that volition is of the end, while choice is of the means. Obj. 2: Further, for objects differing in genus, there are corresponding different powers of the soul (Ethic. vi, 1). Now the end and the means are in different genera of good, because the end, which is a good either of rectitude or of pleasure, is in the genus quality, or action, or passion: whereas the good, which is useful, and is directed to an end, is in the genus relation (Ethic. i, 6). Therefore if volition is of the end, it is not of the means. Obj. 3: Further, habits are proportionate to powers, since they are perfections thereof. But in those habits which are called practical arts, the end belongs to one, and the means to another art: thus the use of a ship, which is its end, belongs to the art of the helmsman; whereas the building of the ship, which is directed to the end, belongs to the art of the shipwright. Therefore, since volition is of the end, it is not of the means. On the contrary, in natural things, it is by the same power that a thing passes through the middle space, and arrives at the terminus. But the means are a kind of middle space, through which one arrives at the end or terminus. Therefore if volition is of the end, it is also of the means. I answer that, The word voluntas sometimes designates the power of the will, sometimes its act. See note Article 1, Reply Obj. 1. Accordingly, if we speak of the will as a power, thus it extends both to the end and to the means. For every power extends to those things, in which may be considered the aspect of the object of that power, in any way whatever. Thus the sight extends to all things whatsoever that are in any way colored. Now the aspect of good, which is the object of the power of the will, may be found not only in the end, but also in the means. If, however, we speak of the will in regard to its act, then, properly speaking, volition is of the end only: because every act denominated from a power, designates the simple act of that power: thus, to understand designates the simple act of the understanding. Now the simple act of a power is referred to that which is in itself the object of that power. But that which is good and willed in itself is the end. Wherefore volition, properly speaking, is of the end itself. On the other hand, the means are good and willed, not in themselves, but as referred to the end. Wherefore the will is directed to them, only in so far as it is directed to the end, so that what it wills in them is the end. Thus to understand is properly directed to things that are known in themselves, that is, first principles: but we do not speak of understanding with regard to things known through first principles, except in so far as we see the principles in those things. For in morals, the end is what principles are in speculative science (Ethic. viii, 8). Reply Obj. 1: The Philosopher is speaking of the will in reference to the simple act of the will, not in reference to the power of the will. Reply Obj. 2: There are different powers for objects that differ in genus and are on an equality. For instance, sound and color are different genera of sensibles, to which are referred hearing and sight. But the useful and the righteous are not on an equality, but are as that which is of itself, and that which is in relation to another. Now such like objects are always referred to the same power. For instance, the power of sight perceives both color and light by which color is seen. Reply Obj. 3: Not everything that diversifies habits diversifies the powers: since habits are certain determinations of powers to certain special acts. Moreover, every practical art considers both the end and the means. For the art of the helmsman does indeed consider the end, as that which it effects; and the means, as that which it commands. On the other hand, the shipbuilding art considers the means as that which it effects; but it considers that which is the end, as that to which it refers what it effects. And again, in every practical art, there is an end proper to it, and means that belong properly to that art. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE (1 to 2, Q. 8, Art. 3] Whether the will is moved by the same act to the end and to the means? Objection 1: It would seem that the will is moved by the same act to the end and to the means. Because according to the Philosopher (Topic. iii, 2), where one thing is on account of another, there is only one. But the will does not will the means save on account of the end. Therefore it is moved to both by the same act. Obj. 2: Further, the end is the reason for willing the means, just as light is the reason of seeing colors. But light and colors are seen by the same act. Therefore it is the same movement of the will, whereby it wills the end and the means. Obj. 3: Further, it is one and the same natural movement which tends through the middle space to the terminus. But the means are in comparison to the end, as the middle space is to the terminus. Therefore it is the same movement of the will, whereby it is directed to the end and to the means. On the contrary, acts are diversified according to their objects. But the end is a different species of good from the means, which are useful good. Therefore the will is not moved to both by the same act. I answer that, since the end is willed in itself, whereas the means as such are only willed for the end, it is evident that the will can be moved to the end, without being moved to the means: whereas it cannot be moved to the means, as such, unless it is moved to the end. Accordingly, the will is moved to the end in two ways. First, to the end absolutely and in itself; secondly, as the reason for willing the means. Hence it is evident that the will is moved by one and the same movement, to the end as the reason for willing the means, and to the means themselves. But it is another act whereby the will is moved to the end absolutely: and sometimes this act precedes the other in time. For example, when a man first wills to have health, and afterwards, deliberating by what means to be healed, wills to send for the doctor to heal him. The same happens in regard to the intellect. For at first a man understands the principles in themselves, but afterwards he understands them in the conclusions, inasmuch as he assents to the conclusions on account of the principles. Reply Obj. 1: This argument holds in respect of the will being moved to the end, as the reason for willing the means. Reply Obj. 2: Whenever color is seen, by the same act the light is seen. But the light can be seen without the color being seen. In like manner, whenever a man wills the means, by the same act he wills the end; but not the conversely. Reply Obj. 3: In the execution of a work, the means are as the middle space, and the end as the terminus. Wherefore, just as natural movement sometimes stops in the middle, and does not reach the terminus, so sometimes one is busy with the means, without gaining the end. But in willing it is the reverse: the will through willing the end comes to will the means. Just as the intellect arrives at the conclusions through the principles which are called means. Hence it is that sometimes the intellect understands a mean. and does not proceed thence to the conclusion. And in like manner the will sometimes wills the end, and yet does not proceed to will the means. The solution to the argument in the contrary sense is clear from what has been said above (A. 2 to 2). For the useful and the righteous are not species of good in an equal degree, but are as that which is for its own sake, and that which is for the sake of something else. Wherefore the act of the will can be directed to one and not the other, but not conversely. End of question 8. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Question 9 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by Saint Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 9. Of that which moves the will, in 6 articles. We must now consider what moves the will, and under this head there are 6 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the will is moved by the intellect. 2. Whether it is moved by the sensitive appetite. 3. Whether the will moves itself. 4. Whether it is moved by an extrinsic principle. 5. Whether it is moved by a heavenly body. 6. Whether the will is moved by God alone, as by an extrinsic principle. First article, 1 to 2. Question 9, Article 1. Whether the will is moved by the intellect. Objection 1. It would seem that the will is not moved by the intellect. For Augustine says on Psalms chapter 118, verse 20, "My soul hath coveted to long for thy justifications." The intellect flies ahead, the desire follows sluggishly or not at all. We know what is good, but deeds delight us not. But it would not be so, if the will were moved by the intellect, because movement of the movable results from motion of the mover. Therefore the intellect does not move the will. Obj. 2. Further, the intellect, in presenting the appetible object to the will, stands in relation to the will, as the imagination in representing the appetible object to the sensitive appetite. But the imagination, in presenting the appetible object, does not remove the sensitive appetite. Indeed, sometimes our imagination affects us no more than what is set before us in a picture, and moves us not at all. De Anima ii and 3. Therefore neither does the intellect move the will. Obj. 3. Further, the same is not mover and moved in respect of the same thing. But the will moves the intellect, for we exercise the intellect when we will. Therefore the intellect does not move the will. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (De Anima iii and 10) that the appetible object is a mover not moved, whereas the will is a mover moved. I answer that, a thing requires to be moved by something in so far as it is in potentiality to several things. For that which is in potentiality needs to be reduced to act by something actual, and to the first of these is on the part of the subject, which is sometimes acting, sometimes not acting, while the other is on the part of the object, by reason of which the act is specified. The motion of the subject itself is due to some agent: and since every agent acts for an end, as was shown above (Q. 1, A. 2), the principle of this motion lies in the end. And hence it is that the art which is concerned with the end, by its command moves the art which is concerned with the means; just as the art of sailing commands the art of shipbuilding. Phys. ii, 2. Now good in general, which has the nature of an end, is the object of the will. Consequently, in this respect, the will moves the other powers of the soul to their acts: for we make use of the other powers when we will. For the end and perfection of every other power is included under the object of the will as some particular good: and always the art or power to which the universal end belongs, moves to their acts the arts or powers to which belong the particular ends included in the universal end. Thus the leader of an army, who intends the common good, that is, the order of the whole army, by his command moves one of the captains, who intends the order of one company. On the other hand, the object moves, by determining the act, after the manner of a formal principle, whereby in natural things actions are specified, as heating by heat. Now the first formal principle is universal, being and truth, which is the object of the intellect: and therefore by this kind of motion the intellect moves the will, as presenting its object to it. Reply Obj. 1: The passage quoted proves, not that the intellect does not move, but that it does not move of necessity. Reply Obj. 2: Just as the imagination of a form without estimation of fitness or harmfulness does not move the sensitive appetite, so neither does the apprehension of the true without the aspect of goodness and desirability. Hence it is not the speculative intellect that moves, but the practical intellect. De Anima iii, 9. Reply Obj. 3: The will moves the intellect as to the exercise of its act: since even the true itself, which is the perfection of the intellect, is included in the universal good, as a particular good. But as to the determination of the act, which the act derives from the object, the intellect moves the will: since the good itself is apprehended under a special aspect as contained in the universal true. It is therefore evident that the same is not mover and moved in the same respect. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE (1 to 2), Question 9, Article 2. Whether the will is moved by the sensitive appetite? Objection 1: It would seem that the will cannot be moved by the sensitive appetite. For to move and to act is more excellent than to be passive, as Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. xii, 16). But the sensitive appetite is less excellent than the will, which is the intellectual appetite, just as sense is less excellent than intellect. Therefore the sensitive appetite does not move the will. Obj. 2: Further, no particular power can produce a universal effect. But the sensitive appetite is a particular power, because it follows the particular apprehension of sense. Therefore it cannot cause the movement of the will, which movement is universal, as following the universal apprehension of the intellect. Obj. 3: Further, as is proved in Phys. viii, 5, the mover is not moved by that which it moves, in such a way that there be reciprocal motion. But the will moves the sensitive appetite, inasmuch as the sensitive appetite obeys the reason. Therefore the sensitive appetite does not move the will. On the contrary, It is written (James 1:14): "Every man is tempted by his own concupiscence, being drawn away and allured." But man would not be drawn away by his concupiscence unless his will were moved by the sensitive appetite, wherein concupiscence resides. Therefore the sensitive appetite moves the will. I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), that which is apprehended as good and fitting moves the will by way of object. Now that a thing appear to be good and fitting happens from two causes, namely from the condition either of the thing proposed, or of the one to whom it is proposed. For fitness is spoken of by way of relation. Hence it depends on both extremes. And hence it is that taste, according as it is variously disposed, takes to a thing in various ways, as being fitting or unfitting. Wherefore, as the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 5), according as a man is, such does the end seem to him. Now it is evident that according to a passion of the sensitive appetite, man is changed to a certain disposition. Wherefore according as man is affected by a passion, something seems to him fitting, which does not seem so when he is not so affected: thus that seems good to a man when angered, which does not seem good when he is calm. And in this way the sensitive appetite moves the will, on the part of the object. Reply Obj. 1: Nothing hinders that which is better simply and in itself from being less excellent in a certain respect. Accordingly the will is simply more excellent than the sensitive appetite: but in respect of the man in whom a passion is predominant, in so far as he is subject to that passion, the sensitive appetite is more excellent. Reply Obj. 2: Men's acts and choices are in reference to singulars. Wherefore from the very fact that the sensitive appetite is a particular power, it has great influence in disposing man so that something seems to him such or otherwise in particular cases. Reply Obj. 3: As the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 2), the reason in which resides the will moves by its command the irascible and concupiscible powers, not indeed by a despotic sovereignty, as a slave is moved by his master, but by a royal and politic sovereignty, as free men are ruled by their governor, and can nevertheless act counter to his command. Hence both irascible and concupiscible can move counter to the will: and accordingly nothing hinders the will from being moved by them at times. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE (1 to 2). Question 9, Art. 3: Whether the will moves itself? Objection 1: It would seem that the will does not move itself. For every mover, as such, is in act: whereas what is moved is in potentiality; since movement is the act of that which is in potentiality, as such. Aristotle, Phys. iii, 1. Now the same is not in potentiality and in act in respect of the same. Therefore nothing moves itself, neither therefore can the will move itself. Obj. 2: Further, the movable is moved on the mover being present. But the will is always present to itself. If, therefore, it moved itself, it would always be moving itself, which is clearly false. Obj. 3: Further, The will is moved by the intellect, as stated above (A. 1). If, therefore, the will move itself, it would follow that the same thing is at once moved immediately by two movers; which seems unreasonable. Therefore the will does not move itself. On the contrary, the will is mistress of its own act, and to it belongs to will and not to will. But this would not be so, had it not the power to move itself to will. Therefore it moves itself. I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), it belongs to the will to move the other powers, by reason of the end which is the will's object. Now, as stated above (Q. 8, A. 2), the end is in things appetible what the principle is in things intelligible. But it is evident that the intellect, through its knowledge of the principle, reduces itself from potentiality to act as to its knowledge of the conclusions; and thus it moves itself: and in like manner the will, through its volition of the end, moves itself to will the means. Reply Obj. 1: It is not in respect of the same that the will moves itself and is moved. Wherefore neither is it in act and in potentiality in respect of the same. But forasmuch as it actually wills the end, it reduces itself from potentiality to act, in respect of the means, so as, in a word, to will them actually. Reply Obj. 2: The power of the will is always actually present to itself: but the act of the will, whereby it wills an end, is not always in the will; but it is by this act that it moves itself. Accordingly it does not follow that it is always moving itself. Reply Obj. 3: The will is moved by the intellect, otherwise than by itself. By the intellect it is moved on the part of the object, whereas it is moved by itself, as to the exercise of its act, in respect of the end. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE (1 to 2, Q. 9, Art. 4) Whether the will is moved by an exterior principle? Objection 1: It would seem that the will is not moved by anything exterior. For the movement of the will is voluntary. But it is essential to the voluntary act that it be from an intrinsic principle, just as it is essential to the natural act. Therefore the movement of the will is not from anything exterior. Obj. 2: Further, the will cannot suffer violence, as was shown above (Q. 6, A. 4). But the violent act is one, the principle of which is outside the agent (Aristotle, Ethic. iii, 1). Therefore the will cannot be moved by anything exterior. Obj. 3: Further, that which is sufficiently moved by one mover needs not to be moved by another. But the will moves itself sufficiently. Therefore it is not moved by anything exterior. On the contrary, The will is moved by the object, as stated above (A. 1). But the object of the will can be something exterior, offered to the sense. Therefore the will can be moved by something exterior. I answer that, as far as the will is moved by the object, it is evident that it can be moved by something exterior. But in so far as it is moved in the exercise of its act, we must again hold it to be moved by some exterior principle. For everything that is at one time an agent actually, and at another time an agent in potentiality, needs to be moved by a mover. Now it is evident that the will begins to will something, whereas previously it did not will it. Therefore it must of necessity be moved by something to will it. And, indeed, it moves itself, as stated above (A. 3), in so far as through willing the end, it reduces itself to the act of willing the means. Now it cannot do this without the aid of counsel. For when a man wills to be healed, he begins to reflect how this can be attained, and through this reflection he comes to the conclusion that he can be healed by a physician, and this he wills. But since he did not always actually will to have health, he must, of necessity, have begun, through something moving him, to will to be healed. And if the will moved itself to will this, it must, of necessity, have done this with the aid of counsel following some previous volition. But this process could not go on to infinity. Wherefore we must, of necessity, suppose that the will advanced to its first movement in virtue of the instigation of some exterior mover, as Aristotle concludes in a chapter of the Eudemian Ethics (7 and 14). Reply Obj. 1: It is essential to the voluntary act that its principle be within the agent. But it is not necessary that this inward principle be the first principle unmoved by another. Wherefore, though the voluntary act has an inward proximate principle, nevertheless its first principle is from without. Thus, too, the first principle of the natural movement is from without, that, to wit, which moves nature. Reply Obj. 2: For an act to be violent, it is not enough that its principle be extrinsic; but we must add, without the concurrence of him that suffers violence. This does not happen when the will is moved by an exterior principle, for it is the will that wills, though moved by another. But this movement would be violent if it were counter to the movement of the will, which in the present case is impossible, since then the will would will and not will the same thing. Reply Obj. 3: The will moves itself sufficiently in one respect, and in its own order, that is to say as proximate agent, but it cannot move itself in every respect, as we have shown. Wherefore it needs to be moved by another as first mover. Fifth Article. 1 to 2, Q. 9, Art. 5. Whether the will is moved by a heavenly body? Objection 1: It would seem that the human will is moved by a heavenly body. For all various and multiform movements are reduced, as to their cause, to a uniform movement which is that of the heavens, as is proved in Phys. 8 and 9. But human movements are various and multiform, since they begin to be, whereas previously they were not. Therefore they are reduced, as to their cause, to the movement of the heavens, which is uniform according to its nature. Obj. 2: Further, according to Augustine (De Trin. iii and 4), the lower bodies are moved by the higher. But the movements of the human body which are caused by the will could not be reduced to the movement of the heavens, as to their cause, unless the will too were moved by the heavens. Therefore the heavens move the human will. Obj. 3: Further, by observing the heavenly bodies, astrologers foretell the truth about future human acts, which are caused by the will. But this would not be so, if the heavenly bodies could not move man's will. Therefore the human will is moved by a heavenly body. On the contrary, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 7) that the heavenly bodies are not the causes of our acts. But they would be, if the will, which is the principle of human acts, were moved by the heavenly bodies. Therefore the will is not moved by the heavenly bodies. I answer that, it is evident that the will can be moved by the heavenly bodies in the same way as it is moved by its object, that is to say, in so far as exterior bodies which move the will through being offered to the senses, and also the organs themselves of the sensitive powers, are subject to the movements of the heavenly bodies. But some have maintained that heavenly bodies have an influence on the human will, in the same way as some exterior agent moves the will, as to the exercise of its act. But this is impossible, for the will, as stated in De Anima iii and 9, is in the reason. Now the reason is a power of the soul, not bound to a bodily organ. Wherefore it follows that the will is a power absolutely incorporeal and immaterial. But it is evident that no body can act on what is incorporeal, but rather the reverse: because things incorporeal and immaterial have a power more formal and more universal than any corporeal things whatever. Therefore it is impossible for a heavenly body to act directly on the intellect or will. For this reason Aristotle, De Anima iii and 3, ascribed to those who held that intellect differs not from sense, the theory that such is the will of men, as is the day which the Father of men and of gods bring on. Odyssey 18 and 135, referring to Jupiter, by whom they understand the entire heavens. For all the sensitive powers, since they are acts of bodily organs, can be moved accidentally by the heavenly bodies, that is, through those bodies being moved, whose acts they are. But since it has been stated (Article 2) that the intellectual appetite is moved, in a fashion, by the sensitive appetite, the movements of the heavenly bodies have an indirect bearing on the will, in so far as the will happens to be moved by the passions of the sensitive appetite. Reply Obj. 1: The multiform movements of the human will are reduced to some uniform cause, which, however, is above the intellect and will. This can be said, not of any body, but of some superior immaterial substance. Therefore there is no need for the movement of the will to be referred to the movement of the heavens as to its cause. Reply Obj. 2: The movements of the human body are reduced, as to their cause, to the movement of a heavenly body, in so far as the disposition suitable to a particular movement is somewhat due to the influence of heavenly bodies; also, in so far as the sensitive appetite is stirred by the influence of heavenly bodies; and, again, in so far as exterior bodies are moved in accordance with the movement of heavenly bodies, at whose presence the will begins to will or not to will something. For instance, when the body is chilled, we begin to wish to make the fire. But this movement of the will is on the part of the object offered from without, not on the part of an inward instigation. Reply Obj. 3: As stated above (compare 1, Q. 84, Articles 6 and 7), the sensitive appetite is the act of a bodily organ. Wherefore there is no reason why man should not be prone to anger or concupiscence, or some like passion, by reason of the influence of heavenly bodies, just as by reason of his natural complexion. But the majority of men are led by the passions, which the wise alone resist. Consequently, in the majority of cases predictions about human acts gathered from the observation of heavenly bodies are fulfilled. Nevertheless, as Ptolemy says Centiloquium 5. The wise man governs the stars, which is a though to say that by resisting his passions he opposes his will, which is free and no wise subject to the movement of the heavens, to such like effects of the heavenly bodies. Or, as Augustine says, the literal meaning of Genesis 2:15, we must confess that when the truth is foretold by astrologers, this is due to some most hidden inspiration, to which the human mind is subject without knowing it. And since this is done in order to deceive man, it must be the work of the lying spirits. Sixth Article. 1 to 2. Question 9, Article 6. Whether the will is moved by God alone, as exterior principle? Objection 1. It would seem that the will is not moved by God alone as exterior principle. For it is natural that the inferior be moved by its superior. Thus the lower bodies are moved by the heavenly bodies. But there is something which is higher than the will of man and below God, namely the angel. Therefore man's will can be moved by an angel also, as exterior principle. Obj. 2: Further, the act of the will follows the act of the intellect. But man's intellect is reduced to act not by God alone, but also by the angel who enlightens it, as Dionysius says (Coel. Hier. iv). For the same reason, therefore, the will also is moved by an angel. Obj. 3: Further, God is not the cause of other than good things, according to Genesis chapter 1:31: "God saw all the things that He had made, and they were very good." If therefore man's will were moved by God alone, it would never be moved to evil. And yet it is the will whereby we sin and whereby we do right, as Augustine says (Retract. i, 9). On the contrary, It is written (Phil. 2:13): "It is God who worketh in us" (Vulg. U.) both to will and to accomplish. I answer that, The movement of the will is from within, as also is the movement of nature. Now although it is possible for something to move a natural thing, without being the cause of the thing moved, yet that alone which is in some way the cause of a thing's nature, can cause a natural movement in that thing. For a stone is moved upwards by a man, who is not the cause of the stone's nature: but this movement is not natural to the stone. But the natural movement of the stone is caused by no other than the cause of its nature. Wherefore it is said in Phys. vii, 4 that the generator moves locally heavy and light things. Accordingly, man endowed with a will is sometimes moved by something that is not his cause. But that his voluntary movement be from an exterior principle that is not the cause of his will, is impossible. Now the cause of the will can be none other than God. And this is evident for two reasons. First, because the will is a power of the rational soul, which is caused by God alone, by creation, as was stated in the first part (Q. 90, A. 2). Secondly, it is evident from the fact that the will is ordained to the universal good: wherefore nothing else can be the cause of the will except God Himself, Who is the universal good; while every other good is good by participation, and is some particular good, and the particular cause does not give a universal inclination. Hence neither can primary matter, which is potentiality to all forms, be created by some particular agent. Reply Obj. 1: An angel is not above man in such a way as to be the cause of his will, as the heavenly bodies are the causes of natural forms from which result the natural movements of natural bodies. Reply Obj. 2: Man's intellect is moved by an angel on the part of the object, which by the power of the angelic light is proposed to man's knowledge. And in this way the will also can be moved by a creature from without, as stated above (A. 4). Reply Obj. 3: God moves man's will, as the universal mover, to the universal object of the will, which is good: and without this universal motion man cannot will anything, but man determines himself by his reason to will this or that, which is true or apparent good. Nevertheless, sometimes God moves some specially to the willing of something determinate, which is good, as in the case of those whom He moves by grace, as we shall state later on (Q. 109, A. 2). End of question 9. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Question 10 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the last end and on human acts, by Saint Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 10. Of the manner in which the will is moved. In 4 articles. We must now consider the manner in which the will is moved. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry: 1. Whether the will is moved to anything naturally. 2. Whether it is moved of necessity by its object. 3. Whether it is moved of necessity by the lower appetite. 4. Whether it is moved of necessity by the exterior mover, which is God. First Article. 1 to 2. Question 10, Article 1. Whether the will is moved to anything naturally. Objection 1. It would seem that the will is not moved to anything naturally. For the natural agent is condivided with the voluntary agent, as stated at the beginning of Physics 2 and 1. Therefore the will is not moved to anything naturally. Objection 2. Further, that which is natural is in a thing always, as being hot is in fire. But no movement is always in the will. Therefore no movement is natural to the will. Obj. 3. Further, nature is determinate to one thing, whereas the will is referred to opposites. Therefore the will wills nothing naturally. On the contrary, the movement of the will follows the movement of the intellect. But the intellect understands some things naturally. Therefore the will too wills some things naturally. I answer that, as Boethius says (De Duo Natures), and the Philosopher also (Metaph. v and 4), the word nature is used in a manifold sense. For sometimes it stands for the intrinsic principle in movable things. In this sense nature is either matter or the material form, as stated in Phys. ii and 1. In another sense nature stands for any substance, or even for any being: and in this sense that is said to be natural to a thing which befits it in respect of its substance. And this is that which of itself is in a thing. Now all things that do not of themselves belong to the thing in which they are reduced to something which belongs of itself to that thing, as to their principle. Wherefore, taking nature in this sense, it is necessary that the principle of whatever belongs to a thing be a natural principle. This is evident in regard to the intellect. For the principles of intellectual knowledge are naturally known. In like manner, the principle of voluntary movements must be something naturally willed. Now this is good in general, to which the will tends naturally, as does each power to its object: and again it is the last end, which stands in the same relation to things appetible, as the first principles of demonstrations to things intelligible. And, speaking generally, it is all those things which belong to the willer according to his nature. For it is not only things pertaining to the will that the will desires, but also that which pertains to each power and to the entire man. Wherefore man wills naturally not only the object of the will, but also other things that are appropriate to the other powers, such as the knowledge of truth, which befits the intellect, and to be and to live, and other like things which regard the natural well-being, all of which are included in the object of the will, as so many particular goods. Reply Obj. 1: The will is distinguished from nature as one kind of cause from another. For some things happen naturally, and some are done voluntarily. There is, however, another manner of causing that is proper to the will, which is mistress of its act, besides the manner proper to nature, which is determinate to one thing. But since the will is founded on some nature, it is necessary that the movement proper to nature be shared by the will, to some extent: just as what belongs to a previous cause is shared by a subsequent cause. Because in every thing being itself, which is from nature, proceeds volition, which is from the will: and hence it is that the will wills something naturally. Reply Obj. 2: In the case of natural things, that which is natural as a result of the form only, is always in them actually, as heat is in fire. But that which is natural as a result of matter, is not always in them actually, but sometimes only in potentiality: because form is act, whereas matter is potentiality. Now movement is the act of that which is in potentiality (Aristotle, Phys. iii, 1). Wherefore that which belongs to or results from movement, in regard to natural things, is not always in them. Thus fire does not always move upwards, but only when it is outside its own place. The Aristotelian theory was that fire's proper place is the fiery heaven, that is, the empyrean. And in like manner it is not necessary that the will, which is reduced from potentiality to act, when it wills something, should always be in the act of volition, but only when it is in a certain determinate position. But God's will, which is pure act, is always in the act of volition. Reply Obj. 3: To every nature there is one thing corresponding, proportionate, however, to that nature. For to nature considered as a genus, there corresponds something one generically; and to nature as species there corresponds something one specifically; and to the individualized nature there corresponds some one individual. Since therefore the will is an immaterial power like the intellect, some one general thing corresponds to it, naturally, which is the good. Just as to the intellect there corresponds some one general thing, which is the true, or being, or what a thing is. And under good in general are included many particular goods, to none of which is the will determined. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE (1 to 2), Q. 10, Art. 2] Whether the will is moved, of necessity, by its object? Objection 1: It seems that the will is moved, of necessity, by its object. For the object of the will is compared to the will as mover to movable, as stated in De Anima iii, 10. But a mover, if it be sufficient, moves the movable of necessity. Therefore the will can be moved of necessity by its object. Obj. 2: Further, just as the will is an immaterial power, so is the intellect: and both powers are ordained to a universal object, as stated above (A. 1, ad 3). But the intellect is moved, of necessity, by its object. Therefore the will also, by its object. Obj. 3: Further, whatever one wills, is either the end, or something ordained to an end. But seemingly one wills an end necessarily, because it is like the principle in speculative matters, to which principle one assents of necessity. Now the end is the reason for willing the means: and so it seems that we will the means also necessarily. Therefore the will is moved of necessity by its object. On the contrary, The rational powers, according to the Philosopher (Metaph. ix, 2), are directed to opposites. But the will is a rational power, since it is in the reason, as stated in De Anima iii, 9. Therefore the will is directed to opposites. Therefore it is not moved, of necessity, to either of the opposites. I answer that, The will is moved in two ways. First, as to the exercise of its act; secondly, as to the specification of its act, derived from the object. As to the first way, no object moves the will necessarily: for no matter what the object be, it is in man's power not to think of it, and consequently not to will it actually. But as to the second manner of motion, the will is moved by one object necessarily, by another not. For in the movement of a power by its object, we must consider under what aspect the object moves the power. For the visible moves the sight, under the aspect of color actually visible. Wherefore if color be offered to the sight, it moves the sight necessarily, unless one turns one's eyes away, which belongs to the exercise of the act. But if the sight were confronted with something not in all respects colored actually, but only so in some respects, and in other respects not, the sight would not of necessity see such an object. For it might look at that part of the object which is not actually colored, and thus it would not see it. Now just as the actually colored is the object of sight, so is good the object of the will. Wherefore if the will be offered an object which is good universally and from every point of view, the will tends to it of necessity, if it wills anything at all: since it cannot will the opposite. If, on the other hand, the will is offered an object that is not good from every point of view, it will not tend to it of necessity. And since lack of any good whatever is a non-good, consequently that good alone which is perfect and lacking in nothing, is such a good that the will cannot not will it: and this is happiness. Whereas any other particular goods, in so far as they are lacking in some good, can be regarded as non-goods: and from this point of view they can be set aside or approved by the will, which can tend to one and the same thing from various points of view. Reply Obj. 1: The sufficient mover of a power is none but that object that in every respect presents the aspect of the mover of that power. If, on the other hand, it is lacking in any respect, it will not move of necessity, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2: The intellect is moved, of necessity, by an object which is such as to be always and necessarily true; but not by that which may be either true or false, namely, by that which is contingent, as we have said of the good. Reply Obj. 3: The last end moves the will necessarily, because it is the perfect good. In like manner whatever is ordained to that end, and without which the end cannot be attained, such as to be, and to live, and the like. But other things without which the end can be gained, are not necessarily willed by one who wills the end: just as he who assents to the principle does not necessarily assent to the conclusions, without which the principles can still be true. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE (1 to 2, Q. 10, Art. 3) Whether the will is moved, of necessity, by the lower appetite? Objection 1: It would seem that the will is moved, of necessity, by a passion of the lower appetite. For the Apostle says (Rom. 7:19): "The good which I will I do not; but the evil which I will not, that I do." And this is said by reason of concupiscence, which is a passion. Therefore the will is moved, of necessity, by a passion. Obj. 2: Further, as stated in Ethic. iii, 5, according as a man is, such does the end seem to him. But it is not in man's power to cast aside a passion at once. Therefore it is not in man's power not to will that to which the passion inclines him. Obj. 3: Further, a universal cause is not applied to a particular effect, except by means of a particular cause. Wherefore the universal reason does not move save by means of a particular estimation, as stated in De Anima iii, 11. But as the universal reason is to the particular estimation, so is the will to the sensitive appetite. Therefore the will is not moved to will something particular, except through the sensitive appetite. Therefore if the sensitive appetite happen to be disposed to something, by reason of a passion, the will cannot be moved in a contrary sense. On the contrary, It is written (Gen. 4:7): "Thy lust (vulgate the lust thereof) shall be under thee, and thou shalt have dominion over it." Therefore man's will is not moved of necessity by the lower appetite. I answer that, As stated above (Q. 9, A. 2), the passion of the sensitive appetite moves the will, in so far as the will is moved by its object; inasmuch as, to wit, man through being disposed in such and such a way by a passion, judges something to be fitting and good, which he would not judge thus were it not for the passion. Now this influence of a passion on man occurs in two ways. First, so that his reason is wholly bound, so that he has not the use of reason; as happens in those who through a violent access of anger or concupiscence become furious or insane, just as they may from some other bodily disorder, since such like passions do not take place without some change in the body. And of such the same is to be said as of irrational animals, which follow, of necessity, the impulse of their passions: for in them there is neither movement of reason nor consequently of will. Sometimes, however, the reason is not entirely engrossed by the passion, so that the judgment of reason retains, to a certain extent, its freedom, and thus the movement of the will remains in a certain degree. Accordingly, in so far as the reason remains free, and not subject to the passion, the will's movement, which also remains, does not tend of necessity to that whereto the passion inclines it. Consequently, either there is no movement of the will in that man, and the passion alone holds its sway, or if there be a movement of the will, it does not necessarily follow the passion. Reply Obj. 1: Although the will cannot prevent the movement of concupiscence from arising, of which the Apostle says: "The evil which I will not, that I do," that is, I desire; yet it is in the power of the will not to will to desire, or not to consent to concupiscence. And thus it does not necessarily follow the movement of concupiscence. Reply Obj. 2: Since there is in man a twofold nature, intellectual and sensitive, sometimes man is such and such uniformly in respect of his whole soul: either because the sensitive part is wholly subject to his reason, as in the virtuous; or because reason is entirely engrossed by passion, as in a madman. But sometimes, although reason is clouded by passion, yet something of this reason remains free: and in respect of this, man can either repel the passion entirely, or at least hold himself in check, so as not to be led away by the passion. For when thus disposed, since man is variously disposed according to the various parts of the soul, a thing appears to him otherwise according to his reason, than it does according to a passion. Reply Obj. 3: The will is moved not only by the universal good apprehended by the reason, but also by good apprehended by sense. Wherefore he can be moved to some particular good, independently of a passion of the sensitive appetite. For we will and do many things without passion, and through choice alone; as is most evident in those cases wherein reason resists passion. Fourth Article. 1 to 2. Q. 10, Art. 4: Whether the will is moved of necessity by the exterior mover which is God? Objection 1: It would seem that the will is moved of necessity by God. For every agent that cannot be resisted moves of necessity. But God cannot be resisted, because His power is infinite. Wherefore it is written (Rom. 9:19): "Who resisteth His will?" Therefore God moves the will of necessity. Obj. 2: Further, the will is moved of necessity to whatever it wills naturally, as stated above (A. 2, ad 3). But whatever God does in a thing is natural to it, as Augustine says (Against Faustus a Manichae, 26:3). Therefore the will wills of necessity everything to which God moves it. Obj. 3: Further, a thing is possible, if nothing impossible follows from its being supposed. But something impossible follows from the supposition that the will does not will that to which God moves it: because in that case God's operation would be ineffectual. Therefore it is not possible for the will not to will that to which God moves it. Therefore it wills it of necessity. On the contrary, It is written (Ecclesiastes 15:14): "God made man from the beginning, and left him in the hand of his own counsel." Therefore He does not of necessity move man's will. I answer that, as Dionysius says (Divine Names iv), it belongs to Divine Providence, not to destroy but to preserve the nature of things. Wherefore it moves all things in accordance with their conditions, so that from necessary causes through the Divine motion, effects follow of necessity, but from contingent causes, effects follow contingently. Since, therefore, the will is an active principle, not determinate to one thing, but having an indifferent relation to many things, God so moves it, that He does not determine it of necessity to one thing, but its movement remains contingent and not necessary, except in those things to which it is moved naturally. Reply Obj. 1: The Divine will extends, not only to the doing of something by the thing which He moves, but also to its being done in a way which is fitting to the nature of that thing. And therefore it would be more repugnant to the Divine motion for the will to be moved of necessity, which is not fitting to its nature, than for it to be moved freely, which is becoming to its nature. Reply Obj. 2: That is natural to a thing, which God so works in it that it may be natural to it. For thus is something becoming to a thing, according as God wishes it to be becoming. Now He does not wish that whatever He works in things should be natural to them; for instance, that the dead should rise again. But this He does wish to be natural to each thing, that it be subject to the Divine power. Reply Obj. 3: If God moves the will to anything, it is incompatible with this supposition, that the will be not moved thereto. But it is not impossible simply. Consequently it does not follow that the will is moved by God necessarily. End of question 10. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California.
Preface and Question 1 of Man's Last End, in 8 articles, of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the Last End and on Human Acts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Metzler. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, on the Last End and on Human Acts, by St. Thomas Aquinas.